Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
Feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that crap up, please. I feel a little bit better. Silence is Deafening is the name of the show today. Silence is Deafening. It's like, I don't know. I think I'll come back to that, but it's like, you know, people's biases on display this last week. And sometimes just not saying anything says a lot, is what I was saying. You know, I know everybody has an opinion, just like everybody has a butthole. But at the same time, I don't know. How can you not care? Let's do some doom scrolling, and let me be very careful too, because there's a lot of craziness going down my timeline lately. How y'all feel? The weather change got me, man. I'm fighting it though. I was really struggling last night. I feel a bit better. I don't know. It's something about working. I worked all day. I was on my feet all day. I don't know. I'm working, moving around. I think it helped some. And I only got like 4 hours of sleep, but it was a solid 4 hours of sleep. 3.5, 4 hours. And plus, I was in a bad mood yesterday because some things happened. Check this meme out. It says, "You can't do ugly things to people and expect to live a beautiful life." Will Smith, bro, he been catching it. But I think that, Jada Pinkett has that book that she's trying to sell, that she's selling. And I think that's why she's doing what she's doing. And I think that Will Smith is capitalizing off of this stuff too. So it's like It's weird how the internet is, you know. Like they say, there's no press is bad press. I mean, bad press is good press. Like I'm saying this wrong. My brain is twisted right now, but like all press is good press, basically. You know, what's his name? 6ix9ine has used that to his advantage. You know, he doesn't really. I like his Spanish stuff that he's coming out with now. It's much better than the other stuff he was making, but his stuff is not that good. And he's made a successful career, basically trolling the internet and people hating him, and that's how he makes his money. He figured something out with the internet. Like people are so mean and ugly and so quick to freaking like hate on people, you know? And there's people out here that figured out how to tap into that and make money off of it. And I think that's kind of what's happening here too, with the Will and Jada thing that's going on with the internet. Because the whole internet is just like mashing on, especially mashing on Will. There's so many memes. But he's working on music. I saw a clip where what's his name? I can't think of the guy's name. The guy who did a lot of stuff with Eminem. What is his name? Anyways, he's ghostwriting some of Will's stuff. And I saw Will always comes out with these like he likes to get on the cutting edge technology type stuff, making videos and stuff. And he's using that. They have this new thing where you can zoom out with your photos and stuff. It looks really cool. And Will did one, and it started off like he was going to talk about the situation that's going on with Jada and him, and he didn't. He just went into this little video. It was a moving picture video that he did. It looked really cool, and it got a lot of views. So, like I say, I think that these people are they're cashing in on this. You guys are just hating on them, and they're making money. So hate watching and clicking on their stuff. Keep making them money. Let's see this one. It says, "Hey, sorry I can't come out tonight. I need to research an incredibly specific and random topic alone and in silence for hours on end for no reason at all." Wow, that's freaking. I feel attacked. That's me right there for no reason at all. They probably won't be able to use it for anything. MJ's son speaks on people trying to compare Drake to his dad.
Everybody has their own, definition of great, and all respect to Drake for everything that he does. But what my father and my family accomplished in the time that they did it, is very unlikely never to be matched again.
Never matched. Thanks. Drake just broke one of your dad's records, and fans are saying they think they might be as big as your dad in his heyday. You think that's true?
I mean, everybody has their own, definition of great, and all respect to Drake for everything that he does. But what my father and my family accomplished in the time that they did it, is very unlikely never to be matched again.
Never matched. Hey.
Yeah, I don't know, but maybe it's because I'm old school. I don't see how you can compare Drake to MJ at all. Freaking man, I haven't been jamming Drake in ever. Right? I don't really like when he sings. I like it when he raps. But yeah, a lot of his stuff is just straight up fluff. But it's a lot of the music is that way. Like there's no substance. I'm just gonna sound like an old hater, so let me move on. But the music just there are some people out there like what's that guy's name? Hold on, I gotta look this up because I'm thinking about it. Let me see. West Side Boogie. West Side Boogie, he's a rapper. Probably haven't heard of him, but he's making good stuff. What is the other guy named? Slum God or whatever his name is. I suck at the names, you guys, because I'm freaking not, in anymore like I used to be. But yeah, there are a few of them out there that's actually making good stuff. I don't know. I think that a big part of it is these big corporations they ruin everything. It was better back in the days when you had smaller companies who were doing the music, and it was more authentic and it was more art. It was more like art. And it's true throughout the genres. Name a genre that's not hasn't been corrupted by these big, huge companies. Just, making fluff to make some money today, and they don't really make good stuff that has any staying power. It's really sad. It's really sad what these, major corporations have done to just about everything. Our food, the music, the movies suck. Everything sucks. And I think that the common denominator is, these big companies who don't really care. They're just cashing in. These executives, they're looking at analytics all day. I look at analytics all day, I ain't gonna lie, but they look at analytics all day and then they make their decisions based on that. And it's like, yeah, okay, it's gonna make money or whatever, but it's like, it's just not very good. I wish they would get back to making some good movies. You know, they're afraid of flops, right? And it's the same thing with the music. It's like they're afraid of flops. So, like I say, they go by the analytics and they make their decisions based on that instead of taking some chances. They take some chances, they can actually make something great. Nope, they're not taking any chances. And they create these artists, they create stars, you know. Anyways, don't get me started on that shit. Let me read this. It says, your partner coming to you about something you've done wrong isn't a personal attack. It's a healthy sign that they value the relationship and want to make it work. It's a heads up. You communicate, you fix it, you stay. That's emotional maturity. That's commitment. That's love. And man, nobody is trying to do that these days. Ain't nobody got time for that. Communication, trying to be emotionally mature, having some kind of commitment to something. Bruh. That's why my ass is. I'm lonely. I'm lonely. Let me read this one. It says, when we look deeper, we find that sometimes we aren't really angry at them, but more angry at ourselves for allowing them to treat us that way. Yeah, that's how I feel. She says, I just want to cuddle with my favorite person, play with his beard, put my hand in his pants, and watch scary movies all night. Is that so hard to ask? Where are you? Can I be your favorite person? I love scary movies. That's all I watch. I watch it with my daughters. So, well, one of my daughters, one of them hates scary movies, but the other one does. She likes them, so we watch scary movies together. I shared this clip. I don't know if it was exactly this one, but no, it wasn't exactly this one, but it was one that was like this. I'm really feeling these. I wonder on this screen right here, is it that can they make the windows like be like a video screen so it looks like it's snowing outside when it's not or whatever? Or is it really just that's the scene that's happening there? You know, I can appreciate luxury, I ain't gonna lie. I've made some decisions in my life where I chose like time over money. And sometimes I regret it. I ain't gonna lie. People really do kind of suck. And like me trying to be a good person and help people and stuff like that has put me in the position I'm in my life right now. And I don't know if that was the right decision. I spend most of my time alone now. I enjoy my peace and quiet. It's very valuable to me. So I wish I just had some luxury to go along with it. Anyways, I think this is one of the things that's causing a lot of depression on online, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, even people scrolling and looking at stuff that's usually not real. I try to tell my daughters all the time, hey, this stuff is not real. Please don't think it's real. Like 95% of the stuff you're looking at is not real. Everybody's faking. These people aren't living the way it looks like they are. But anyways, I think that that's what drives a lot of depression. People are like, "Oh, look, my life sucks," and these people are traveling all the time and going around the world and living in luxury, and I'm over here going to work literally 7 days a week and shit. And then you just feel depressed and you can't seem to find a way out of your situation. Even though every damn thing that goes down your timeline is like, just hustle harder, just do this little thing, just go to this class or whatever. Like, it's easy to make money. I really hate it when I hear people saying that bullshit. Like, why the hell is there so many people poor then if it's just easy to just get rich like overnight? Like, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. That's all bullshit. And that's just a way to separate the little money you have from you. Because you're gonna give them their money. Because you're gonna believe you're gonna give them your money. Because you're gonna believe what they're saying, and you're gonna not sleep, and you're gonna get caught up in some pyramid scheme. I've been there. I've been there. Got the T-shirt. So I know. And I know it when I hear it now. Like when I was younger, they could get me. But now I'm older. I've been around the block a few times. So when you come in with that bullshit, like I hear it right away. What is this? What are they talking about here? Ashkelon has been one of the most fired up upon Israel's cities by Hamas since the war began. CNN, Jeremy Diamond spent time walking the streets and visiting the city's emergency operations centers to get a sense of what life is like. Do I want to play this? I'm really getting tired of this fucking topic. It's saturating the fucking.
Once a week, enough, and I'm very afraid. If they send now rocket, I must lie on the road and to put my hands on my.
Getting to a bomb shelter isn't an option for everyone here, prompting the city to help evacuate thousands.
We still have around 35,000 people that actually live without shelters. So each and every rocket, it means a direct risk for them. So we are trying to find solution for them.
More than 1,200 rockets have targeted Ashkelon. And while most are intercepted by the Iron Dome, about 200 have made direct hits, displacing families from their homes, causing casualties, and shuttering businesses like this bakery.
When we got here, everything was in pieces. The door was out of place, there was a smell of gunpowder. A lot of nails and shrapnels were spread out. Everything was destroyed. We are starting to put things right.
In the basement of an unassuming building, Ashkelon's CEO takes us into the city's emergency operations center, where officials try and shorten response times, tracking incoming rockets headed for the city.
Rescue teams, police, ambulances, everything is going from here.
So before the rocket even lands, you can see where it would land?
Yes, we have some estimation where it's going to land.
Until then, the first responders wait and pray. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Ashkelon.
I don't know why I thought that like everyone in Israel was like rich or at least living in luxury and shit. But this last week been educating me in a lot of sectors in that area right there. I see a lot of the videos and see the homes of these people, and a lot of them are living pretty damn, regular, mediocre, if you will, like little small apartments and stuff without a lot of amenities and stuff. And I really didn't think that was the case. I mean, now I know. I mean, it's like, it's funny, the world, you look at the world and you think that people are different around the world, like very different, like, and then you learn more and you realize that a lot of us are pretty much living the same, very similarly, and like watching this clip, you seeing them in like their little room or whatever, and you see them praying or whatever. It seems like it's really like comfortable and acceptable or whatever to see Jewish people praying. But then there's a video that's floating around where some Muslims were praying. Where were they? They were in the capital somewhere. A lot of people was really upset about it, and it's like it's just people praying. Like it's like, okay, you're okay with seeing Jewish people pray, but you're not okay with Muslim people praying. I don't get it, you know. And I mean, I really don't want to talk about this that much, but it's like the other part about like the Christians being in Palestine, like they're making this whole thing, and I was saying it in the first video, like they're making it a so religious thing, like it's Jews against Muslims, but that is a way oversimplifying the situation. And you know, you have a lot of Christian Palestinians, you have Jewish Palestinians also, you know. Um, yeah, so it's not that. It's not Jews versus Muslims. And then you got a lot of Jewish folks who aren't religious at all. These people are secular. Anyways, it says you cannot wish for a strong character and an easy life. The price of each is the other. You cannot wish for a strong character and an easy life. The price of each is the other. Yeah, so you can't have a strong character and an easy life. It doesn't work that way. I'm kind of waiting to see, and I'm kind of trying to warm up a bit, and I am also trying to avoid, but let's start getting into some stuff. Check this one out. It says, a healer will trigger you. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I'm having anxiety right now. When I'm in here by myself, I don't know. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. If I'm even getting through. It says a healer will trigger you. It's inevitable, that's their purpose, to trigger you into healing, to trigger your wounds to surface, to trigger you to face your own darkness, to trigger you into accepting, integrating, and loving your shadow, to trigger you to grow and evolve into your higher self. Doesn't mean they're bringing out the worst in you. On the contrary, they're bringing you closer to the best in you. Intention and energy matter. So I think, you know, one thing about this is like they are bringing out the worst in you, but it's allowing you to see that so that you can correct it. And then this whole thing with the triggering, like a little while ago on the internet, that was the whole thing, and people was making the joke, and it's like, oh, I'm triggered. I don't see that as much as before, but you know, it's like everything that it was a joke, but it's a joke that was still telling the truth. It's like whenever someone says something or they see something or whatever, they like, oh, I'm triggered. So now they're saying I feel attacked. That's the new saying, but it's really similar. It's like the same thing, you know. And it's like, so it, underneath that, it's like I don't want to be triggered, you know. I don't want to feel attacked or whatever, you know. I want easy, you know. And I think that's another part, like when we played the meme earlier about the relationships, and it's like that's the reason why, you know, we can't grow in our relationships is because we don't want to be triggered, you know. We don't want to feel attacked, even though it's not necessarily being attacked and it's not necessarily intentionally to trigger you. Um, but how else do you grow? You know, how else do you see the wrong? You know, the saying where they say, how does it go? Never having to say you're sorry. You know, I think that's pretty toxic. I mean, I know you hear that all the time and it sounds benign, but to me, when I think about it, I overthink everything. But when I think about it, it's like never having to say you're sorry. That's pretty damn toxic, actually. That sounds like something that a narcissist would say, you know, never having to say you're sorry, you know, like, so then that means you never do anything wrong, or when you do things wrong, you don't ever apologize for it, you know. And that's one of the things, like, this is how we've gotten our society the way that it is. It's like you go to a restaurant or you go out, you go into a business and you're like, I'm the customer and the customer is always right. So you can't tell me when I'm wrong. You know, a lot of these people, they come in a restaurant and they don't know anything. And it's like, I try to find ways to educate them about things without making them feel uncomfortable. But, you know, it's risky, you know, I work off of tips. So, um, it doesn't benefit me to get them to see something that they haven't seen or that they can't see. And it's crazy to me that you go to the same place all the time and you still don't know little basic ass things. Or you deal with certain situations over and over and over again and you still don't know basic things because no one has ever, and it happens a lot when you have money. If you have money, no one ever wants to like correct you or inform you of anything because it's like you're supposed to know these things, or the way your attitude when you walk around is that I know everything or whatever. So then when you walk around with the attitude that I know everything already, then people aren't they don't feel obligated to tell you the things that you don't know, the things that you're wrong about. And the problem with that is that you never ever get to find out the things that you don't know, the things that you're wrong about. It's like the thing about having privilege. You have the privilege to be ignorant, and still get to go throughout your day and like be successful, quote unquote. People that are poor, people that are struggling, they don't have the benefit, they don't have the privilege to not know stuff because they get punished. They get severe consequences from not knowing things. Like I had a situation recently where I didn't check my emails, and it resulted in me having to spend the extra $300 that I wasn't planning on spending. You know, and I'm kicking myself in the butt, um, and feeling sorry for myself or whatever. But I'm telling myself, it was my fault. I screwed up. I need to be more efficient. I need to be on it with my emails and check them hoes regularly because important shit be in there. Anyways, let's read some comments. It says, being near people that trigger you is actually one of the worst things you can do for your healing. You can heal in a safe and loving place. You don't have to repeatedly be triggered to heal. That's dangerous information. I don't think this person gets what they're trying to say here, but I'm going to move on. Another comment says, so you would consider narcissists inadvertently healers? See, again, I think that people are avoiding what they're trying to say here, you know, intentionally triggering you, like saying something to make you angry is not what they're talking about here in this meme. You know, you get triggered just by becoming aware of things that you're wrong about, If it's someone who's just like gaslighting you, and you know this, then that's totally different. But if you can do some self-reflection, some holding yourself accountable, which seems like no one can do nowadays, look at a situation and be like, okay, I was wrong. That's another thing. People seem to not be able to say that they're wrong about anything anymore. But if you can look at the situation and be like, I was wrong, then you can see the benefit of someone kind of bringing that to your attention so that in the future you can move differently and it'll benefit you. It's for your own benefit, you know. What do they say? Criticism is for your benefit. Like, you want that. It's like when I write a paper. I want somebody to read the paper and tell me where I was wrong, what I fucked up, what I could have done better. I want that because it allows me to revise the paper, and in the future when I write another paper, I can, avoid those same mistakes that I make, that I'm prone or that I tend to make, and improve my work. It's for my benefit. Let me read another one. It says, fine line to walk. Abusers can be labeled in the same way. It's up to the person on the receiving end for how they move next. I will add, though, the gentle and healthy love can also be triggering. So it's important to pay attention to your own nervous system and to analyze why people influence the way you feel. Or you triggered out of healthy love or because the person is mishandling you. It's like the person that lies a lot always pointing at someone and saying that they're lying. The person that cheats is always saying someone is cheating. That's kind of how it goes. And it's like uh when someone is loving to you, when they're caring for you, when they're thinking about your feelings and stuff, that can trigger you because it points out that you don't think about other people's feelings, that you're not moving in a caring way, and it makes you feel bad, and then you feel attacked. It's like like someone else's success makes you feel bad because they grind and they take care of business. They get up in the morning and they do what they need to do. And then you feel attacked because that person is taking care of business in their life. Like they're not even thinking about you at all. Like that, it means that it's something you need to deal with. It has nothing to do with that other person. Let's read a couple comments. It says 3 most notable posts that describe me and my interactions to date. Another one that says this feels like gaslighting. LOL. Another one that says the beauty in this is that you yourself have to be in a space to know in which direction you should be headed. It's a fine line to you. It's a fine line, yet you have to have enough discernment in order to know in which direction to walk. If you can be manipulated into going against you'll eventually learn you needed to go through that path in order to heal and develop a better sense of self. Those little typos really throw me off a lot when I'm reading. Another one that says, I agree with all the above comments. It can be a mixed bag, but what hasn't been recognized is that the healer often holds up the mirror that creates action. But the healer gets left behind because the initial reflection is too much and they are put in the same place as those people situations that cause the pain trauma. Yeah, like healers they're hurting themselves all the time trying to help someone else. And they're also lowering themselves. Like you have to meet someone, at their level to have some impact, and then in that situation, you're bringing yourself down and a lot of times, and that may not be healthy. So it's like to always be trying to heal others is not necessarily healthy for the person that's trying to do the healing all the time. And then, in reality, it's not your responsibility to heal everyone. It's really people's responsibility to heal themselves. So hopefully you can just show them some kind of light and then you just move on. You can't keep trying to do it because they're either going to do it or not. Like you can't do it for them. Another comment that says, how about we say sometimes a trigger can shed light on just where you need healing because nobody that is here to help me heal intentionally triggers me. That's abusive. Yeah, they don't do it intentionally. It's just sometimes you get triggered by, like how are you gonna help me? You think you better than me? You can't help me do anything. You can't help me with anything. You think you better than me? You ain't better than me. You can't help me. I help you. I ain't the one that's around here needs some help. Let's go into this. It says this one. I'm doing light stories. I swear to God. That's the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm trying to get off of this heavy stuff that we've been on for like a week. This roller coaster ride of looking like we're going to go into World War III, which I will cover some of that stuff, but I'm trying to lighten up the mood a bit. I swear. I mean, I'm exhausted with the pictures that I've been seeing of bodies everywhere and shell-shocked babies and stuff like. Ugh, tired of seeing it. Check this out. It says, this woman explains why being independent is the biggest lie. And I usually don't cover that much of this kind of stuff. I cover heavy stuff on this show for a reason. But at the same time,
is be independent, be self-sufficient. You don't need anyone. You'll be fine. You got this. That's not how we're designed. Human beings are designed biochemically for connection. They're designed to be codependent. They're designed to love each other. They're designed to be in tribes. Never in history have people not lived in tribes. It takes 5-6 people to raise a child because that's how much emotional connection they are required to have. We now live in a hyper-independent society that is totally individualistic and teaching everybody, you'll be fine, you got this, self-improvement, self-esteem, self, and nothing to do with the group affiliation. So what happens is when you don't feel great, you feel like you've lost at life. Whereas when we had group settings, it's like, okay, I don't feel great, but my group is doing really well. My family is doing well. My tribe is doing really well. I'm good. But now we don't have that resilience because we're totally encouraged to be solo. I think the biggest lie is be independent, be self-sufficient. You don't need anyone. You'll be fine. You got this. That's not how we're designed. Human beings are designed biochemically for connection. They're designed to be codependent. They're designed to love each other. They're designed to be in tribes. Never in history have people not lived in tribes. It takes 5-6 people to raise a child because that's how much emotional connection they are required to have. Now, we now live in a hyper-independent society that is totally individualistic and teaching everybody, you'll be fine, you got this, self-improvement, self-esteem, self, and nothing to do with the group affiliation. So what happens is when you don't feel great, you feel like you've lost that life. Whereas when we had group settings, it's like, okay, I don't feel great, but my group is doing really well. My family is doing well. My tribe is doing really well.
I think this, what she said is so great, and it also underlines, I think, that the major issues that we have with our modern society, you know, the Aboriginal peoples used we a lot. Like they didn't really use I in conversations a lot. Like everything was we, and we don't do that. Like we say I all the time, like, and it's like personal accountability. And yes, I believe in personal accountability, but like what she was saying, like the taking it takes a tribe to raise a child, like, and that's not happening. So we having all of these people that are growing up without the emotional support that they need. We're naturally herd animals. We're group animals. Like that's how we was able to conquer the world, if you want, quote unquote, is by working together in groups, and this idea that we can just conquer the world on our own by ourselves is really insane. We're not like, there's nothing that's like really like exceptional about us as humans, individually. We don't have sharp teeth. We don't really have claws. We don't even have fur. We can't even, we die from exposure if we're outside too long. Like, we, our tools that we use is culture. That's our main tool, and it's our communication, our language. And working together is how we get everything done. That is what makes us exceptional. Is us as individuals, is we're doomed. You know what I mean? We can't really do anything, and so, but then they sold us this individual stuff, and it's really just to sell us stuff, because we replace that tribe with a toaster or refrigerator or the internet, or all of these little gadgets, all of these little knickknacks that we buy, our phone, you know and they replace our tribe in it. So we're, it's the corporation selling us this stuff, telling us that, you don't need anybody. We got you. You can just get daycare for your kids, and you can just get, we have something for whatever little need that you need. You don't need another person in your life to help you with anything. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that way of thinking. Like, I wish I had a tribe, a real tribe, a group of people that was with me, and we were making sure each other were okay, and we looked out for each other. And when one of us fell down, it's kind of like with these bills, like we all paying these bills individually, and it's really just kind of crazy, because when we fall down, when we have a tough month or whatever, it's slow at work or whatever, then we're struggling. We're trying to pay these bills. But if we had a tribe that worked together, it wouldn't matter if this month somebody is down, the other ones, pitch in that little extra to make sure that you're good. And the next week or the next month or whatever, you're up and somebody else is down, and then y'all work together and make sure that y'all good all the time. Like, what happened to that way of thinking? And they shun that shit now. It's like they make jokes about it, like you're lazy or you're sorry or whatever. You have roommates or whatever. You have other people that you depend on or whatever. So then you're weak. You're not an adult. You haven't grown up or whatever. It's really, really crazy. First comment says it doesn't take 5 to 6 people to raise a child. Yes, it fucking does. And oh my God, I wish that people would stop it. You have these women that are all like, my child doesn't need a father because, I didn't have a father in my life and I worked out just fine. I came out just fine. Like things couldn't have been better for you if you had a father in your life, you don't think? What about uncles and aunties and grandma and grandpa? Having them in your life, like someone like mom has to cover everything. She has to take the child to school, has to pick this child up, pay for all of the school supplies, pay for all of the school clothes. When the kid graduate, you get a graduation gifts or you try to buy them a car and all of this stuff. Like, I mean, you go down the list. You have to go to the games and watch them play and do their sports and support them emotionally when they fall down and scrape their knee or when they get into their first relationship with somebody and they break their heart and all of this. Like, wouldn't it be better if you had a group of people that invested in that child, cared about that child, and could take up some of those little parts? It's not so much for somebody to handle if they just have to do one part of that thing, like be the one that buy the kid the car, or like be the one to pick the kid up from school, or be the one that goes to the game. Like, but if you have to do all of those things, then that's fucking exhausting, and you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna. It's impossible. You can't do all of that stuff. You know. Yes, for a child to have optimum development, they need to have more than one person caring about them and looking out for them. We're leaving ourselves short with this shit. Let me read some replies to this. I hope some people ate this person up for making this. Let's see. Reply says, I don't think parental guidance is enough, to be honest. We all have to have support group or people we can look up to, learn together and from, because our parents won't always be there. I feel like that's why she mentioned that never in history has people ever been without a tribe. Another reply says, definitely does, Susan. That's why healthy family interaction with children is needed. Yes, eat her up. Another one that says, as a woman, how come you don't understand something that even us guys understand? Another one that says, yeah, it does. Even if there's two-parent home, having friends is a part of raising. Teachers, school is a part of raising. Other people are necessary for healthy cultivation. Another one, it says, yes, it takes a child alone with two parents working 60 hours a week and different than a child who spends time with other people, cousins, uncle, aunt, grandma, grandpa. This generation is full of lonely people who doesn't even feel the difference. Another comment. Oh, this is Susan replying. She says, nope, just a mom and a dad. LOL. Yeah, you're fucking stuck. Open your eyes. Open your mind a bit, Susan. Another reply says, would hate to be your child. Another one that says, so why do you send them to school? Why do you let them have friends? It's not just a mom and a dad. Another comment reply says, well, no, that correct, but point is, in order to thrive in a family unit, having more than just the mother and father is critical. Aunts, uncles, grandparents, close family friends, godparents are all part of your tribe. It's the most efficient, effective, spiritual, lifting, emotionally strengthening way to run a successful family. But yeah, if you don't want to give yourself and your child the best life they can live, then absolutely do it yourself or just with your partner. Another reply says, ever heard of a village, Susan? Another comment says, so it's funny how they keep saying Susan, like, because that's her name, but it just sounds like a like an attack. Another reply says, so you've never stayed, spent a night, hung around other family members? They're all eating her up. I'm so happy that that people are saying this. Another comment says, that's what you got from all of that. Another comment says, so when mom and dad isn't around, who's helping the kid? Does the kid go to school? Is he involved in any after school activities, sports teams? Another comment reply says, yeah, it takes a single mom, food stamps, and government assistance programs. Ooh. That's so terrible. Another comment, it says, I wonder what her life looks like outside of social media. Okay, that's enough of beating up on Susan. Hope you read some of those comments, Susan. She got 147 replies. Hope she read some of them. Another comment, it says, I wonder, it says, if someone wants to be alone, what's the problem? There goes another Susan. The problem is that you are hurting yourself and your child. You know, you talk about living your best life. That's what people like to say nowadays, living my best life. Well, being alone is not living your best life. Like, no matter how you cut it, we need other people. And especially if you're raising a child, they need other influences. My daughter's mom passed away when she was 2. And every time I make a decision related to her life, I'm fucking like beating myself up and really overthinking it because I really would love to have someone else to bounce their ideas off of before I make a decision. Because it's like, I know I'm not right all the time and I have my way of looking at things. And sometimes I just need someone. I wish that there was someone here that cared about her as much as I do, that could be like, well, maybe we should do it this way, or maybe we should do it that way. It's like, usually, one parent is too nice and the other parent is maybe too mean, and the two together balances that thing out. When you just have one, then you're gonna have, and I'm the nice parent, so I think that I've damaged my daughter by being too nice to her. I don't have the other person to be like, hey, you know what? She needs to buckle up and take care of business on this one, or she needs to suck it up on this one. And being that she doesn't have a mom, it makes me be even more softer with her too, because I'm like, she's already going without a mom, so it's like I don't want to put any more on her. And I think I fucked up. Another comment says, I think we are designed to be interdependent, not codependent. Yeah. Another comment says, shut up, stop spreading lies. People live only alone every day and are happy. Maybe you can't be alone, but a lot of people do it and are content. Just because you're content doesn't mean that that's the best situation for you and for others, especially your child. Like, and then you seem kind of hostile with your comment here. uh, People live alone every day and are happy. I am happy. I enjoy my peace. I do. But, having someone there, is wouldn't someone that cares would improve my life. It would make it more fruitful. It would make it more dynamic. And I see that. And I'm an introvert. I love being alone. I love it. I love my quiet time. I really do. And I would, no matter what, I would spend a lot of time alone. Like, uh, my oldest mom, we used to sit in the same room and we both be reading a book. And it's like we're not really interacting, but we kind of are. It's like the energy of each other is bouncing off of each other, you know, and just feeling her presence being there, you know, made me enjoy the book even more. Like, I can't really explain it. It's like, oh, I'm stuffy. Another comment, it says, anyone getting hurt by her words knows it's the truth, and they are living in denial and never experienced care and love growing up. Kind of sad for them because reality will hit hard when they get older and they are alone. Another comment says, narcissism is destroying our society. It's at the root of all this individual thinking, especially for women. Social media has inflated their egos beyond comprehension. Another comment says, I'm an independent dad with 2 kids, no help. Being alone is my favorite way to be. No worries, no pressure, just me and my thoughts and my dreams. Being alone is where ideas come to life. There's no better investment for everyone around than self-investment. If you're always with people, you will never learn to be an individual. There's some truth to that. Like, I'm really strong because I'm alone, and I don't have to worry about someone else making a mistake that I have to deal with. It's like, if I make a mistake, then it was my mistake and I got to deal with it. So that there is some truth to this, but I think these people are missing the point. The point is, the optimum situation is a tribe. Being alone is a default situation. I'm all stuffy. I need I need a little breather here. I'm gonna play this video. What's her name? The one who is gonna Sidney Powell, the one who's gonna testify against Trump. She was Trump's co-defendant in his RICO case, and she took a plea deal. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but let me play a little bit of this. This is the Rational National. He's very strong left guy, but anyways, we're gonna listen to some of this. Check it out.
One of the top lawyers that was working for Donald Trump after the 2020 election. She is pleading guilty in the election subversion case.
Well, how about that? Sidney Powell, one of Donald Trump's top lawyers during his 2020 election claims that the election was stolen from him, has now pleaded guilty. So in this video, I'm going to break this down. I'm going to show you what this may mean for Trump. And I'm also going to go down memory lane with a clip from Sidney Powell when she was first putting out her crap. And just, it was always clear that she was completely full of trash. She even admitted this herself 2 years ago. So we'll get to that as well. But let me first get to what this is all about. So the charges Powell pleaded guilty to on Thursday stem from her effort to access voting machines in Coffee County, Georgia, after the 2020 election. Powell and others involved in that effort claimed they were investigating allegations of voter fraud. Powell's plea came as a surprise because she and her defense attorney had vigorously insisted in recent days that she had done nothing wrong and that she had explicit permission from local officials to access the machines. And then, with the trial set to start on Monday, she had a change of heart.
Wait, I'm missing comments. Hey Smith, what up? Thank you for being here. He says, I'm here, King. Peace and love. Thank you for being here, bro. I'm sorry I'm missing the comments, but I just saw him. He says, damn, I'm sorry to hear that, King. He says, my son's mother say I spoil him. And that's what I was saying, though. It's good to have the other person there to say that. A lot of times, like, the dad, especially for girls, the dad is softer on girls and harder on the boys, and the mom tends to be, harder on the girls and softer on the boys. I'm probably saying this backwards, but it's really cool that you have the mom there and she's saying that you spoil him, because that can bring you back a little bit, even him out a bit and make it more balanced. Everybody needs more balance in their life. You want to raise balanced children. If you just give them everything that they want, then they're going to grow up thinking that that's the way the world works, and it absolutely does not work that way.
So Powell's guilty plea, which she entered in a court hearing in Atlanta, makes her the first member of Trump's close advisors to admit to crimes related to the 2020 election. She had been slated to go on trial Monday in Fulton County on charges that she joined Trump in the alleged racketeering conspiracy and helped engineer the breach of election equipment in a Georgia county. This is a very important domino. I will say, even if nobody flipped on Trump, I think there's enough there to, I hope at some point, maybe if we're lucky, put him behind bars. But having people like Powell flip, especially someone like Powell flip, someone who is a prominent member of this, is a very important piece to just add to the already overwhelming evidence against Donald Trump. So let me get to
Let me jump in there for a second. I don't think that Trump is going to go to jail. I have to say that. And I also think that a lot of this stuff is helping him. You know, it's probably going to put him in the White House, man. You know, a lot these cases are going to put him in the White House. That's what I think. If they wasn't putting all these cases on him, probably have they have a better chance, you know, not as good a chance of winning. And it's weird how things are like that. We live in the backwards days. We live in the opposite days. It's like you would think that someone getting catching cases would make it so worse they wouldn't be able to run for president and become president. But in this day and age, it's having the opposite effect.
The important piece of that here from CNN.
She also is agreeing as part of this deal to testify at future trials. So Sidney Powell is lined up essentially to go to trial at the end of this week alongside one other defendant in that case, another lawyer, Ken Chesbro. She's not going to be going to trial now. So she's taking this plea deal. She will not have that trial. She will also be in a situation where prosecutors will be recommending her to avoid jail time as part of this deal. But it's significant that not only is she avoiding the trial, not only is she putting in this guilty plea, that she is very likely to become a witness against Donald Trump and the others as they go to trial in Georgia. And there's a lot here at stake, not only in Georgia, but also in the federal court in D.C., where another criminal case against the former president exists and where Sidney Powell has been identified as a top co-conspirator there. And so what this means for Donald Trump going forward is it's not good.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Not good. That's a wonderful place to end that clip. So here you have the, what's it called? The chickens coming home to roost? Or is it the hens? Somebody's roosting something. So you have here Sidney Powell being served up on a plate for this entire case in their bid to do everything possible to get Trump, even though they clearly have enough already. But why not add, you know, another rooster or chicken or something on the pile? So I'm just in a good mood because of this story alone. If I ignore everything else going on in the world, everything's fine. But here we have this is Sidney Powell on November 15th, 2020. So this is shortly after, of course, the election. Here she is on Fox News at the time. Fox News, their Sunday show. So this is like one of their flagship important Sunday or the Sunday morning show. And check out what she was saying at the time.
Because we're fixing to overturn the results of the election in multiple states. And President Trump won by not just hundreds of thousands of votes, but by millions of votes that were shifted by this software that was designed expressly for that purpose.
President Trump, he definitely won the election by millions of votes. This is where she was blaming the Dominion voting systems, which at the time, this is back in December 2020, they were demanding Sidney Powell retract the baseless election claims, which, in case you forget how amazing these were, this is it's so incredible. Made several public appearances claiming without evidence that Dominion's machines were involved in an international communist conspiracy to commit voter fraud and rig the election against President Trump. Specifically, Powell claimed that the company worked with Hugo Chavez, the late Venezuelan dictator. Yes, the late. The man not alive, and employed machines with a vote-flipping algorithm. God. So she was then sued. I was forgetting the word for a second. I'm like, face.
You know, and that's what got Fox in trouble. The claims on the Dominion voting machines, and they sued and they won. So yeah, you know, it wasn't true, and you know, it made their company look bad. So that's the reason why they sued, and they won. Fox had to come out with disclaimers and all of this stuff.
Facing a lawsuit? No, she was then sued by Dominion for defamation. And facing defamation, Sidney Powell's defense of this says no reasonable person thought her election fraud claims were fact. This is the exact same argument that Tucker Carlson used in court when he was faced with a lawsuit, and for him it worked. So I don't know. It's an amazing defense because you could at this point you're saying you can say anything, say whatever the hell you want, and as long as you can defend yourself by saying, well, sure, I said this crazy thing that clearly isn't true, but no person would believe me, which would essentially render defamation completely useless. If you could just use that as the defense like forever in any case, then why would there ever be any successful defamation suit?
Yeah, I think that we're entering an age where, like, parody is really dangerous, because a lot of people don't know that you're doing parody. I'm not saying that that's what she was doing. What I'm saying is that, like, the news is just talking heads, opinions, very little like actual information, and if someone is playing a character or whatever, we don't know that. Like, they should have some kind of like disclaimers or going across the screen that says like this is a parody, because like the Onion. I really like the Onion. It's really freaking funny to me, but that it's parody. Like, everyone knows that it's parody, so that's where it's funny. But if the Onion wasn't parody and they were like a major news network and people were reading these news stories and taking them as the truth or whatever, then that can be very, very, very dangerous, I think.
But let me play for you, since it's worth watching. Just, this happened in real time. Here is Sidney Powell in court while she is pleading guilty.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Powell, I've been handed a document that's titled plea of guilty form. Is this your signature as well on the second page?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
And ma'am, do you understand that this is a negotiated plea, which means that your attorney and I have reached an agreement, or the state has reached an agreement as to the proposed sentence that will be made to the court?
I do.
Do you understand that the recommendation being made to the court as to this accusation on counts 1 through 6 that should be sentenced to 12 months of probation to run consecutive with one another?
I do.
Do you understand that the state is asking that a $6,000 fine be imposed, a restitution of $2,700 be paid to the state of Georgia, an apology letter be written to the citizens of the state of Georgia, that you truthfully testify at all hearings and proceedings and trials involving the co-defendants in this matter, and that you have no communication with co-defendants, media, or witnesses until this case has been completely closed against all defendants?
I do.
I do. Let's read some comments. It says the kid gloves these criminals are being handed with is embarrassing. The harm that she caused, and she gets $8,000 in fines and probation. People are stockpiling weapons over her actions. In a just society, she'd be permanently banished from the country. Another comment, it says, just want to say I appreciate how you don't do clickbait videos. You always put in the can what you say on the label. Another comment, it says, Trump will say I never met her. Another comment, it says, after all the crimes she committed, she should be extremely grateful to only have probation placed on her without any time in prison. Instead, who among us would bet she runs to Bannon right after her trial, whining about how unfairly she was treated by the courts? Another comment, it says, no serious lawyer would have ruined their reputation working for Trump. She got what she asked for. Another comment, it says 12 months probation and a fine doesn't sound like severe enough consequences for what she did, even with the plea deal. Another comment, it says loyalty, not honesty, is what matters to Trump. She accepted an offer for self-preservation, unleashed the Kraken. Another one, it says Sidney Powell is right. No reasonable person would believe her, and no reasonable person did. I know I didn't. Another comment, it says they better seize the millions she gifted for her defense as well. She made $16 million in 2020 alone and has full control over this money, which she's been using for her defense. defensive actions she now admits were criminal. She's admitted to a crime from which she raised this money. No way she should get to keep that. No way she should get to make millions off criminal activity and then sit on her fat arse with parole and a $6,000 fine. One more comment, I'm gonna move on. It says, it's highly questionable whether Powell will make a good witness because of her outrageous lying. Hope the prosecution knows what they're doing. Yeah, that's an interesting point right there. It's like, okay, so she flipped on Trump and she's going to say whatever she's going to say about Trump. Well, the defense can say, well, how can we go by anything this lady is saying? You know, she got in trouble for not telling the truth previously, so her testimony is, you know, no. The whole thing is a kind of a clown show, anyways. Let's move on. What is this one? It says, this Montana town won an Airbnb ban to combat the housing crisis. Bosman, Montana is a city of 55,000, but the average rent is 2,000 for a one-bedroom. Bosman City Council just joined the national trend of banning short-term rentals that aren't owner-occupied. This move will eliminate Airbnbs and VRBOs and open more housing for city residents. Bozeman Tenant United called this a win for their first campaign for affordable housing. This is happening across the nation too. Like, so people with these Airbnbs, I mean, it's still profitable to do Airbnbs, but I don't know if you want to keep using that business model because they're making it harder and harder for it to happen. And I think it's a good thing actually, because like if it's an individual who's doing an Airbnb, that's one thing. But you have these corporations who's buying up all of these properties and doing them as Airbnbs and stuff. Like, I don't think that's cool at all. So like they're making rules where the person has to live there to make it an Airbnb. So if it's just like a rental property that you own, then you can't do it as an Airbnb unless that's your residence. All kinds of rules. Like one I saw where the owner has to be present during the time of the rental, and like that's not going to work out at all. Like that's going to kill the Airbnbs because the whole reason why people get the Airbnb so they can do parties or whatever, and having the person who owns the place there present is going to take all the fun out of the whole thing. Let's read some comments. Perfect Union posted this. It says, the power of community. Comment, it says, can someone explain how banning Airbnb will create affordable housing? Well, it won't create affordable housing. It'll just open up more units that are available for people to go into. Because if you have, like I say, these corporations buying up all of these homes or whatever, and they just got them up for Airbnbs, then that's fewer places where people can reside. They can just rent, you know? And it also puts a um, upward pressure on the prices. Let's read some replies from this comment. Someone says, it prevents real estate investors from hoarding properties to rent at highly inflated rates. More properties available for long-term rentals theoretically means a higher number of available rentals, which lower costs. Basically what I just said. Another one that says, since the owners can't Airbnb the houses, they will either sell them or rent them for long term. That means there will be more inventory in the real estate market, theoretically lowering the cost of rent. The idea is that it will add more supply to meet the demand. Yeah. So yeah. Another comment that says, landlord here, I will evict you and or deny you a lease if I find out you participate in ish like this. I screen social media diligently via a company that can backdoor privacy controls. Best $1,000 a year I spend. Cope pours. Wow, that's kind of mean. Another comment says, why is it 2K? That's a good freaking question. Another one says, no one should own more than 3 houses that That'll fix it. Another comment says, awesome. Airbnb has ruined many areas and took away affordable housing opportunities. I see entire small resident buildings turn into Airbnb, and the quality of people they rent are definitely not the best. Since they end doing noise and disrespecting the neighborhood, Airbnb needs to be reduced. Another comment that says, now, did they get legislation to stop corporations from buying single family homes and making them rentals? That's one of our nation's largest issues in this housing dilemma. Yeah, man, that is exactly what's happening. And, trying to compete with an investment firm to buy a house is like really tough business because, they have liquid cash. They can buy at the bottom and they can pay liquid and then they can close really quickly. So, you as a regular person who has to go and get a loan and then make a deposit, do all of that, it's going to take you a lot longer to close on the house. So by the time you closed on one house, the corporation had closed on like three of them. So yeah, I think that's a part that we need to try to focus on. I think that, they need to make some laws against that shit, because otherwise we're just going to have all renters. Again, the inventory is going to be not there and, the prices are going to be pushed up and then you're competing with a corporation to buy a house, making it harder. So it's just a bunch of points that make it harder for regular folks to buy a home that they're going to actually live in and try to raise a family or whatever. Another comment that says, it's also good for the job market. If more visitors stay at a hotel, then that benefits the people who work at hotels. Staying at an Airbnb only benefits the landlord, and a maid service if they use one. Another comment that says, when we fight, we win. Another one that says, banning Airbnbs would literally do nothing negative to the world, only good. Short-term rentals are also why the standards of hotels have loosened greatly, while their terrible execs have given themselves a greater piece of the peace. It would force them to get it together or else go away too. I'm stuffy. Can't breathe through my nose. This one, it says Baltimore to pay $48 million to 3 men wrongfully convicted for murder and in prison for 36 years. Baltimore has agreed to pay $48 million to 3 men who were wrongfully convicted of murder as teenagers and spent 36 years in prison. Alfred Chestnut, Ransom Watkins, and Andrew Stewart were 16 when they were arrested on Thanksgiving Day, 1983, according to the federal lawsuit they filed after being freed. They were charged in the murder of DeWitt Duckett, 14, allegedly killed for his jacket in school. They were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. These are men who went to jail as teenagers and came out as young grandfathers in their 50s. Baltimore Police Department Chief Legal Counsel Justin Conroe told the city's Board of Estimates before the penal approved the payment. Yeah, man. Stories like this are a reason why I'm not an advocate for the death penalty because they tend to get things wrong way too much. So what if these guys had been sentenced death, and they were in there long enough for like to have sit on to all the way up until the time where the execution would have happened, and then what after they died, then they would have got exonerated. They're dead, so you can't go back. So the justice system has way too many flaws in it for me to be an advocate for the death penalty. That's what this story makes me think about. Can y'all hear me? That's what this story makes me think about. Can y'all hear? Missing A. Smith's comments again. Uh-oh. He says, The Onion is hilarious. It's totally hilarious. A. Smith, he says, people think that money makes money. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah. Comments, it says, and it better not take the state 10 years to pay that to them, like past incidents of wrongfully incarcerated individuals. Another one is nah, 480 million sounds more like it. Another one says 36 years is effing insane. There's no amount of money that can rectify that. I agree with that. Another comment that says, how did they come out as grandfathers? Did they have kids at the age of 16 years old? Yeah, that was a weird comment. I was thinking the same thing. They were just trying to make it sound more dramatic. Another comment that says, better be 48 million each. Another comment that says, the report, Race and Wrongful Convictions in the United States 2022 reviewed the case of 3,200 innocent defendants exonerated in the U.S. since 1989 and found that Black Americans are 7 times more likely than white Americans to be falsely convicted of serious crimes. See, it said 3,200 cases, 3,200 innocent individuals exonerated in the U.S. since 1989. You know, how many did they miss? How many other ones are innocent that didn't get exonerated? That's a lot of people. And if you have, like I say, the death penalty, how many of these people end up dead? Didn't do anything. Another comment that says, a law needs to be put in place that if you convict the wrong people without sufficient evidence, all of those involved with the wrongful conviction receive a felony charge and prison sentence. Get it right the first time. People's lives is not a game. I don't know. That's a little extreme, I would say, but yes, hold these people accountable in some kind of way so that they won't so they can take a little more care in their job. You know, there was that lady, district attorney in Houston, who was tampering with all of those DNA evidences, and she got a whole bunch of people locked up. I think she did go to jail though. She lied about her like her damn it, I can't think of the right words, like on her application, like she lied about a lot of stuff and she was doing shady shit, like getting people locked up, tampering with evidence just to make sure that people go to jail. Took them a whole bunch of time, a long time to catch her. How many other situations are like that out there? Another comment that says, how many other innocent men are we facing? Enough. Another one that says, no amount of money will buy back their teens and 20s and 30s and 40s. However, money helps them live solid golden years. Another comment that says, not even 100 million will make up for the years they've lost. One more, we're going to move on. It says, this should not be the end of it. No, go after whoever was responsible for. So now go after whoever was responsible for purposely withholding evidence that would have exonerated these men. And the other side of this is that whenever you are convicting someone who wasn't guilty, that also means that someone who did the crime is still walking on the street. They got away with it. So you got two tragedies happening. Person who committed the crime is walking free. A person who didn't do the crime is in jail. And where is the justice?
Prisons have destroyed lives, targeted communities of color, cost taxpayers millions, and haven't made us any safer. And the same prison profiteers who have already made billions from.
I read a comment. A. Smith says, 36 years, damn. Well, I don't think money will replace what they lost. I don't think so either, man. Let me open up my Rumble thing and make sure I'm not missing comments over there, because for some reason, the Rumble comments don't show up on my screen over here. Well, shout out to the one person who's watching on Rumble. What up? I'm usually getting better views on Rumble. I don't know. I think it's the Palestine-Israel thing is hurting the views on Rumble. Anyways, whatever. Check this out. It says the treatment industrial complex. How private prisons profit off of suffering and abuse.
And haven't made us any safer. And the same prison profiteers who have already made billions from locking people up are now capitalizing on the movement to reduce mass incarceration, rebranding themselves as treatment providers, giving birth to the treatment industrial complex. The The TIC, or TIC, is a network of for-profit prison companies expanding into the world of state mental health hospitals, civil commitment centers, medical care in prisons and jails, community correction programs like halfway houses, day reporting centers, and alternatives to incarceration like electronic monitoring. Private prison companies care first about profits, not treatment, so they cut corners, leading to terrible conditions. When someone has a mental health need, the TIC offers patients little more than warehousing in state mental hospitals, and some never leave. For-profit prisons have destroyed lives, targeted communities of color, cost taxpayers millions, and haven't made us any safer. And the same prison profiteers who have already made billions from locking people up are now capitalizing on the movement to reduce mass incarceration, rebranding themselves as treatment providers, giving birth to the treatment industrial complex. The TIC, or TIC, is a network of for-profit prison companies expanding into the world of state mental health hospitals, civil commitment centers, medical care in prisons and jails, community correction programs like halfway houses, day reporting centers, and alternatives to incarceration like electronic monitoring. Private prison companies care first about profits, not treatment, so they cut corners, leading to terrible conditions. When someone has a mental health need, the TIC offers patients little more than warehousing in state mental hospitals, and some never leave. For-profit prisons have destroyed lives.
It never fucking ends, man. It's the same people, so it's like a whole nother industry popping up around the prison industrial complex, and they're making money, still not fixing the problem. Like there's no incentive to fix the problem if they continue to profit off of the problem. And what I like to say is that, if you want to deal with crime, then you want to deal with poverty, social programs. And it's like teachers, it's like social workers, and these are the same areas that don't get funding. All the money is poured into this stuff, which is not rehabilitating nobody. It's just a freaking revolving door of, people getting out of prison and going back to prison. You know, if, if we really want to seriously deal with it, then, like I said, you deal with poverty and you deal with mental health. And you deal with those things having nothing to do with the prison system. The prison system does not help with poverty. You know, the prison system does not help with mental health. It does the opposite. So Brave New Films posted this. It says, let's read a comment. It says, look at the Nordic model based on rehabilitation and education to help offenders avoid ever reoffending. Another comment, it says, private prisons, OMG, only in USA, everything counts in large amounts. Another comment, it says, in North Carolina, the state vocational rehabilitation programs worked hand in hand with prisons and mental health facilities to provide the equivalent of sweatshop labor in Burke County through what was known as the High Rise Prison and Broughton Hospital in Henderson County through C.A. Dillon School, which was a division of youth services facility in Murdoch Center Mental Health. Mostly packaging jobs that paid pennies on products packed, often brokered by a private company that changed its name a few times, but was last known to me as NCCE or North Carolina Correctional Enterprises. They also brokered prison labor for sewing plants, meat packing plants, and egg farm, multiple industrial prison farms, sign plants, paint factories, and label services, to hospital laundries, even the battleship North Carolina for maintenance until an inmate attacked a tourist. Yeah, it's like slavery hasn't ended. It's like they have extended it and they use it. It's the prison system now, you know. And then they pay them pennies to make it look like it's not slavery, but these people are forced to work, and then they're making a killing. So it's like these private contracts that these companies get, and it's like, boom, I don't want to pay a person to do the labor. You know, I want to make more profit, so then I'm gonna use inmates to do my work for my, you know, for my business. You know, and the United States has more prisoners than like anybody, like in the world. Like we have more prisoners than anywhere in the world. Like, is it that the United States is just full of criminals, or is it just that our system is set up for us to have criminals, to create criminals? It makes money. Another comment that says, nothing like profiting off of human misery. Another one that says, I love how a lot of comments don't be a criminal. Y'all do realize people get falsely accused or they serve the time we made up in a new in law land. Yeah, don't be a criminal. Anybody can end up in jail, man. I don't know who, if anybody's out there listening, have you ever just like ended up in jail, like behind some tickets or something? Like, and people make bad decisions too, and it doesn't necessarily mean they're a criminal. Now, people who commit violent crimes is different. So, like, yes, the prison system should really just be dealing with violent crime offenders. But the majority of people in prison, in jail, are not violent crime offenders. They're like people who didn't pay their child support, or somebody who was selling drugs or using drugs, or somebody who did like some petty theft or something like that. That's the majority of the people in jail. Another comment says, I'm willing to bet if the prison industry was taken over by government, as it should be, and was not allowed to profit, there would be far fewer inmates. The for-profit prison industry is all about slave labor and profit. So yeah, I mean, like it benefits them to have more butts in the seats. You know what I mean? So then they create situations so that they can have more butts in the seats. If they made the prisons so where they can't make any profit, set it up so where they're all non-profits, then you would have a lot less people in jail. I mean, it's simple as that because they just won't be wanting to deal with a bunch of people. Like it's just real simple. But because it's such a huge profit model to that's why, you know, they were talking about how many prisons was built here in Texas versus the amount of schools that was built. It's like the number of prisons, new prisons being built blows out the number of fucking schools being built. You know, it doesn't make money for them to build schools. They don't make money off of that. They make a lot of money off of building prisons. So build more prisons, not schools. So yeah, this is a policy issue because you can fix it by making it so where you don't have any profit. Make all the prisons non-profits. And then it would behoove them to have fewer people in the jail. They would have an incentive to lock less people up. And they would have an incentive to find other ways to deal with, you know, and actually fix the problem that, you know, related to crime. But they don't have an incentive to fix the crime problems. They have an incentive to make it seem like there's more crime than there is, to justify all the people that they have locked up. That's all you see on the news media. It's like people are robbing stores and people are stealing, you know, it's like a crime pandemic. And I covered here on the show that overall crime has declined since the 90s. But by watching the news, you wouldn't believe it because they're saying that it's just like a crime wave happening across the states. And it's really just not true. It's propaganda, it's lies. Let's read this one. It says, my issue is with the incarceration rate. Private prisons making individuals and organizations wealthy, perhaps. However, if I accept that, I am not also accepting the premise that government facilities are not enriching the organizations. The people making bank are those working within the judicial system. The U.S. leads the world in incarceration percentage of citizens. It's a booming industry, top to bottom, that has not produced a country that is safer or a culture that is inviolable. Please rethink the demonization of the private prisons and look at the underlying system that creates the demand for more cells that can be provided by government facilities. My assertion is that plenty of people are obtaining significant wealth via the public system as well. Yeah, so we got to think about not just the prisons, we got to think about like the lawyers, the court system, all of that. And then, the taxes. And it's like, where's all that money going? And then a lot of like, how like little towns, it's like when you drive through little towns, you're more likely, everyone knows this, you're more likely to get pulled over for something stupid, you know, and because these little towns, like all of their little tax revenue that they collect is from people driving through the town, you know, and you have to go to court there, and you have to pay your fines there, and if you get in trouble, you're going to go to jail there, and then they you know, it's a scam. It's a scam. It's a money making scheme. You know, freaking. Where is all the money going? When you have a municipality like Harris County, as big as it is, and all of the tickets they give out, it's a scam. And it's like we were talking about how the commute back to work, like a lot of people working from home, and now they're saying, it's not productive to have all of these people working from home. I think that's another part of this whole system too, related to what we're talking about here, is because people, you have to pay for your gas, you have to pay for your sticker, you have to pay for your insurance, and all of this. Like those are taxes. Those are more taxes that you have to pay. That's like it doesn't look like a tax up front, but it's a tax. If you didn't have to commute back and forth to work, then you wouldn't have to worry about gas, a sticker, renewing your driver's license, all of that shit, paying for lunch, all of that shit. Like they could change this system. And that's what I was saying though, mass transportation is the real future, but they don't want that because all of the money they make out of people driving is crazy, you know. All the car accidents, there goes another part of this whole thing. It goes back in with the lawyers. You wouldn't have none of that if it was just an efficient mass transit uh, system. Let me read another comment. It says, how many of the politicians own shares in these prisons? Good question. Another one, it says, less than 6% of prisons are for profit. Unfortunately, imagine making money off of useless people. It's genius. Less than 6% of prisons are for profit. I don't believe that. Another comment says, make them federal state prisons. We can use the tax breaks and social benefits. Another comment says, yeah, and why is the income that they're making off of these prisons privatized anyways? What if we use the money that they made off the prisons and put it back into the system that could cover social programs, programs that are missing funding, that need help, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP. What if the profits that they made in the prisons went into that? Another comment says, I'm more private prisons, period. The Republicans want to stop public schools and privatize them also. Money is all they care about, not people. Another one that says, I bet Republicans came up with the privatization. Government wants too big. It says they control Washington, land of the free, simple, don't be a criminal. Yeah, whatever. You know. A lot of it is like being poor, like you not having your insurance for your car. A lot of times it's not that you just want to be a criminal and you want to drive around without even basic liability insurance. It's because your bills are eating you up and you couldn't pay like your insurance. Same thing with your sticker. You have to get your car inspected and you have to go to court and then you have to pay for the sticker and all of that. And it's like, these are not criminals. Your brake light went out, your your headlight went out or whatever, your windshield wipers stopped working, something like that. Your seatbelt doesn't work in your car no more. You can't open the driver's side door or something like that. Like, these are not criminals. A lot of this have to do with just being poor, like not having the money to pay for that stuff. And you're criminalizing being poor because it's going to wind you up in jail, having an out brake light, having no insurance, having an out sticker. Another comment says, slavery was never abolished in the U.S. It was co-opted by the government and then resold to the private investor in its new form, prisons. Another comment says, private prisons bid on immigrant detainees for free prison labor. They have mass trials where private prison reps pick the ones they want. It's $1 billion slave trade at the border. I think that's the direction we're going into too, because, you know, people have been talking about prisons and, you know, there's been pushback on like related to the bonds, you know, being able to bond out, and, you know, all of that. And I think that what they're going to replace that with is immigrants, you know, illegal people that's in the States. And they're just going to fill the prisons up with those people. That's why they've been militarizing the border. You know, the border is the new cash cow. Another comment says the root of the problem is that private for-profit companies take over such tasks in the first place. Water, gas, electricity, sewage, prisons, roads must never be fully privatized. I don't know. Am I losing y'all? Hey, Smith says, my comments don't really matter. They do matter, bro. Another one, he says, I'm only one man like Tank. We want to hear your comments, man. People are smart. The media, the news want to make you feel like you're dumb and you don't know stuff. That's why they talk to us like they do. That's the reason why they lie to us over and over again. You know, they want to say that you're dumb, that you're stupid, and, you know, and that your thoughts don't matter. But you do matter. And you're smart. That's why I read comments so much. You know, I don't know how many, I don't think there's any other show that does like what I do when I'm reading all of the community comments. You know, most of my show is reading comments, and that's because, like I say, people are smart. They don't read people's comments because they think people are dumb.
You're accused of. Sadly, your response has actually invited more of them. I mean, for the record, everybody knows your infamous comments on PBS where you said pull Building 7 on 5/25 on the day of 9/11.
They were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. They said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. And the smartest thing to do is pull. And they made that decision to pull. And then we watched the building collapse.
Your official response was that it was the firefighters. My question is, it was pretty clear that you meant the building, and if it was the firefighters, they already are outside the building by 12 because the water lines were broken.
Ask the question.
And the fire chief that you said you spoke to, Fire Chief Negro, denies talking to you on that day of 9/11. Can you answer those questions and address the theories against you?
I suggest everybody's consideration a full look at the thousands of pages of testimony that have been rendered in many years since 9/11. And let's use today's session for some of its.
Are you aware of testimony of bombs in the building before the building collaped, sir? Are you aware of that testimony? Sir, there's testimony by Barry Jennings. Sir, you don't have to touch me. Listen, I'll walk away. All I'm asking is a question. I don't have to be kicked out. It's a legitimate question. You don't have to put your hands on. This one's for Larry Silverstein. Last time we talked, sir, I asked you if you could address some of the 9/11 conspiracy theories that you're accused of. Sadly, your response has actually invited more of them. I mean, for the record, everybody knows your infamous comments on PBS where you said pull Building 7 on 5/25 on the day of 9/11.
They were not sure they were going to be.
I want to be very careful when I talk about this, but, you know, 9/11 has been coming back into the news lately, and it's part of the reason is because Israel is comparing October 7th to 9/11. They're saying it's their 9/11 or whatever. And I don't know how people can go along with that, but whatever. I mean, people tend to go along with whatever Israel says. They got so much power in the media. But comparing what happened to, it was terrible what happened on October 7th for Israel. It was. A lot of people died. It's like in the thousands. I want to say 1,200, 1,500 Israelis died, and like 500 were kidnapped or whatever, taken hostage. But trying to compare that to 9/11, I don't know how you can even do that. And so what Netanyahu was saying was because of the population, saying that, Israel's population is much smaller. So that amount of people compared to the amount of people that was lost on 9/11, it's like, blah, blah, blah. Get all the way the F out of here. I'm so sorry. You cannot compare what happened in Israel on October 7th to what happened here in the States on 9/11. You can't do it. Stop. Just stop. But anyways, the 9/11 thing has been coming back. And, when it happened, right after it happened, a lot of conspiracy theory stuff was happening and people were talking about it. And so this one, they're talking about, what is it called? Building 7 or whatever. It wasn't part of the Twin Towers. It was one of the other buildings that came down. And it's like, a lot of people talk about it. It's like, it looks like it was a demolition, especially the way that it came down. And then people are talking about that there were bombs in the building, that bombs set off at the bottom. People heard it. There's testimony. Well, that's what he's saying. There's videos out there. These people aren't conspiracy theories. These are people that were there and they were like, we heard bombs. We heard explosions. And then the building went down. So, but it's like, the official story is saying that that building came down as a result of, the towers coming down, and those towers coming down, it hurt the structural stability of that building. Like it damaged that building enough for it to come down. And it's like that alone is hard to believe. So, but anyway, so this guy, he was asking this guy questions, and they kicked him out for that. And it's like, that's why I say I have to be careful talking about this, because when you question, what the hell happened, with some of the stuff in related to 9/11, you get a lot of backlash on that. You're not allowed to ask these kinds of questions. So they kicked this dude out of the meeting. They're like, well, you guys get out of here. Let me read some comments. It says, here's the best part. Those fires were so hot, so deadly hot, they melted thick steel beams, got the first time. Those fires were so hot, so deadly hot, they melted thick steel beams, got the first time in history. Didn't melt those terrorist passports that they found in the rubble, though. Start building skyscrapers made of passports in the future. Another comment says, next day he committed suicide with 14 gunshots in his back. Another comment says, Silverstein planned 9/11 with Bush and company. He put an insurance claim before it happened. Do you need more evidence? Another comment says, Larry Silverstein awarded $4 billion after having claimed terrorism insurance on the World Trade Center 2 months before 9/11. Larry Silverstein, who had breakfast in the penthouse of the World Trade Center South Tower every morning, had a doctor's appointment the morning of 9/11. Larry Silverstein's children were away from school the day of 9/11 because their class had a school trip in Manhattan that day. You think I could make all this up? You think planes really hit the World Trade Center? Illuminati card game shows they planned 9/11 6 years before it happened. Illuminati card game? You're gonna go buy a card game? I really wish you would have left that part out. Another comment says, ask the obvious questions and get kicked out. Pretty appropriate action. Another comment says, great job, brother. Great job. What great questions. Great follow-up questions. You had the answers and you scared the S out of that billionaire evil villain. Another comment says, I can't even post what I want to say. That's how effed up things are. Yeah, I have to be careful. I'm just reading comments, y'all. So hey, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't condone conspiracy theories. I'm not I don't agree with these comments. How about that? Disclaimer. Another comment that says, at this point, they could come out and say we did it and no one will be outraged or do anything about it if we ain't doing anything about the Epstein or the Hunter laptop. Another one that says, back when they were real journalists. Another one, tell me you're guilty is F without telling me you're guilty. Another one, they can't handle the truth. Wake up Americans. Silverstein sounds like Epstein Weinstein. Another one says, it's no coincidence his name is Silverstein. Another one, Larry knew, and so did so many Jewish employees that worked in the towers that day, apparently. Another one that says, well, if that response doesn't answer the question, what does? He was killed, question mark. What are they talking about here? It says, no, he's on IG. Luke, we are changed. Yeah, I know this guy. I've been watching some of his stuff back in the days. I don't watch him anymore, but yeah, I thought I recognized him. Can barely see him with the hat on, but yeah, I follow his thing. Like he has a show that he does. Another comment says $4 billion. He got shaking my head. Took out terrorist insurance days before the so-called attack. Another comment says they all look the same: Silverstein, Weinstein, Epstein, Wexner, etc., etc., etc. Another comment: Luke Radowski is the journalist. We Are Change. Another one: is that Luke Radowski from We Are Change? Guilty of sin, blood on his hands. Another one: this the same guy that pressed Rothschild. I believe George Soros too. I forgot this dude's YouTube channel. If anyone knows, could you let me know? Man, I don't get why people make comments and don't read the comments. Like right before your comment, bro, they said that. So like your answer is right in the thread. Read the thread, you have an answer to your question. Another comment that says, it's amazing they didn't tease him, bro. Remember, they don't, oh, tase. Well, he said tease here. He said, remember, they don't tase me, bro, guy. That became like a joke. Well, that was the guy who asked the question to John Kerry. Isn't it interesting that you're both members of the Skull and Bones, and you and George W. Bush are both members of that small exclusive group on your both running for president against each other, and then if you had asked for a recount, you would have won the election. Isn't that interesting? It's not interesting, and then boom, don't tase me, bro. And they taste the it out of him, and then he became a joke, but he was also brave and also brave before there. It says research Barry Jennings, RIP. Another one, it says, yes, they don't want to answer they all lists, but to be effective, you have to unite. Don't go alone. Another one says, there's something called understanding with karma, knowing wrong. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the conspiracy theories with 9/11 because I don't want to get my channel deleted. So, let's move on. You guys can think what you want. Draw your own conclusions. Check this out. It says Travis King, soldier who crossed border into North Korea, charged with desertion. Army Private Travis King, who crossed the border into North Korea before being returned to the U.S. in September, has been charged with desertion, according to military charging documents, a source close to the case shared with ABC News. In addition to desertion for crossing over into North Korea, where he was detained for 2 months, King faces 7 additional charges, including possessing child pornography and multiple assaults, according to the document. Child pornography. I don't know. That sounds like something that they throw on you when they want to get you. But isn't he over there right now, still in North Korea? And they can't extradite people out of North Korea, right? So can they persecute this guy? I guess he has to stay. If he leaves, the moment he leaves, then he's going to jail, right? I mean, you can't go AWOL. That's already a problem. Uh, but then they throw possessing child pornography and multiple assaults. So I wonder though. That sounds fishy to me because if he had some child pornography and was assaulting people, wouldn't it? Well, they did say he was trying to get away from some kind of cases. So maybe that's what it was. So let's say that. Let's say that he was facing some kind of cases and then he ran to North Korea to get out. But then again, if they had charged him with cases, wouldn't he be already locked up in the military prison, the MP? Because they don't let you just move around. Like it's not like when you're a civilian and you get charged with a case, you can get out on bond and fight the case or whatever. It's not like that in the military, from what I understand. You're gonna be in jail until your trial comes up, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I mean, again, that sounds kind of fishy. This whole story sounded fishy to me from the jump. Like, why did it become national news, anyways? Like world, global news about this one guy who, went AWOL and went to North Korea. I don't know. This story is fishy, 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 because this guy, he was saying he was facing persecution and racism and stuff like that in the military, and that's why he wanted to get away. And he saw his chance. I saw the video too. Like he almost got shot trying to run across the border and get into North Korea. He risked his life doing that shit. You gotta wonder like what the hell he was going through to end up going through that. And I saw some other videos where like they were showing how like people say North Korea is so horrible. Now there are some things related to North Korea, but I don't think it's like as horrible as it seems or that they make it out to be in the media because they want to say, it's a communist country. Kim Jong Un is just crazy, and the TV only shows him and all of this. And there's some truth to some of that, but I don't think it's as horrible to live there because I saw some videos of people who live there, and their life didn't seem too weird or crazy like if they make it look over here. So either way, this guy felt like his life was going to be better there in North Korea than being in the military, or he was just trying to escape from going to jail. Let's read some comments. It says, I feel like charges including possession child pornography should take precedent over the above headline. The F. That's another thing. Like, see, so okay, it says Travis King soldier who crossed border into North Korea charged with desertion. So that's what it says in the headline. But then if he's had possession of child pornography, why didn't they put that in the headline? See, that's another reason why it makes it sound kind of fishy, like something that they just throwing in there on him. Because I don't know, man. I think that if you surf the internet, if you watch some porn on the internet, then they might be able to get you with child pornography because, like, if you're on some of those free sites on there, some of that stuff, because I saw a story about a person who was in a video and she was going to, like, the Pornhub and try to get them to take the video down. And she told them how old she was when the video was shot and all of this, and they never took the video down. So it's like some of that stuff is actually illegal on those free sites. But it's like you can't prove that the person was underage, when they were filming the shot or whatever. And it gets really complicated and fishy because if it was an actual like professional porn, then they have to put the ages and dates and timestamps and all of that. They have to register all of that information. But if it was just like a little home video, something somebody shot with their phone or whatever, and they just randomly uploaded it, then it's a lot more difficult to determine the age of the people that are in the video. So that gives them their little gray area to protect themselves. But at the same time, I think that if you surf the internet and you looked at some of these videos, you maybe didn't know that the people that's in the video is underage, but I think that they could, if they wanted to, give you a case for that. But whenever I hear cases of people like having possession of child pornography or whatever, it's like they downloaded the stuff and they have it on their laptop or whatever. They have it on their computer, the files. So, but then that's weird to me too, because a lot of people, they watch, we stream everything now. Like, there's no reason to download things and put it on your computer or on your phone, because you just live stream it or whatever. You just stream it and then you're done with it. You know what I mean? No reason to, have the file on your computer or whatever. So why are these people now, if they're selling clips, like that's a whole nother level. It's like there's a different charge for that, like distributing underage pornography or whatever. And I can see why people would do that, because it will be lucrative. They make a lot of money doing that. A lot of shit is going on WhatsApp, even Twitter, related to that kind of stuff. Like a lot of that's going on. Like I saw a story where they was talking about like porn is like the biggest industry in the United States. Like it makes more money than everything else, like combined. So and then a lot of that stuff is illegal. But again, for a regular person, there's no reason for them to put the files on their computer. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. Let me read some more. It says, does he get dishonorable discharge for that? Definitely, buddy. Definitely. Another comment, it says, give me Trump saluting NK generals kind of vibes. How do you get to that? Another comment, it says, as much foul as white boys do in the military, they never publicize them like boy. If I knew any better, this is a covert racism. What's up with this guy's eyebrows? It looks like he's got sprayed on eyebrows. If he was gay, then that would make sense why he would say that he was getting like persecuted or whatever in the military, like abused or whatever. I mean, I'm making a stretch. I'm totally assuming that like that coming from his eyebrows. It could just be the picture, like some kind of shade on the picture or whatever, but looks like he's got his eyebrows kind of looking, what's the word they use? Zesty. His eyebrows looking kind of zesty. Let me read another comment. It says, this young man is going to regret those choices and they'll affect him forever. He might need to move out of America. Well, maybe he's happy in North Korea. I mean, maybe he just lived the rest of his life out there. Another comment, it says BLM with the exclamation point. Like, that's all people have to say now. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, I find it hilarious to me. Like, people don't have to think nowadays. They don't even have to make they're like a clever comment. This is their clever comment right here. BLM, clever comment. Black Lives Matter. Okay, what do you even mean? What are you getting at? What are you trying to say? Like, explain. Another comment that says, good as he should be. Another one that says, give him the chair. Damn. They want him electrocuted for being charged with desertion? Or is it because of the child pornography stuff? Another comment that says, who cares? If people want to leave, let them. Isn't it a free country? That's a fair comment. Another comment that says, he will get a medal from Dem administration. Whatever. Another comment that says, only God knows how much trouble he's facing. Another one that says, the government has executed a deserter before. Another comment is, yeah, like I say, he got shot at. He almost died. I saw the video. Another comment that says, I literally don't believe the news in the West anymore after the biased news and misreporting for Palestinians. You just now got to the point where you don't believe the mainstream media? So the coverage of Israel and Palestine was the straw that broke the camel's back for you. Not all of the stuff that happened before, but this. Now you don't trust the mainstream media. Where have you been? You're under a rock? You've been under a rock? Another comment says, just because he's a soldier doesn't mean he's a heroic saint. Another one says, this guy is the lowest of the low of the military. Another one that says, my mom, no, it says, my, but America isn't going to jump hoops to help this black service member. Well, he ran away. I mean, he wanted to go there. Like, and then they're clearly not trying to help him. They're trying to lock him up. Another comment says, they're lying about what they found on him. That's what I think. Just because the story just sounds fishy. Another comment says, I think he went mental and tried to commit suicide because he was being targeted. I got another homeboy who ain't make it his first year at FT Campbell for racist chain of command and a jump off the bridge, RP PFC Rodriguez. Wow, that's a sad story. Sorry to hear that. Another comment says, let's hurry up and get him to prison. Another one, let him go home. Dishonorable discharge is enough. Another one that says, wow, serious charges. Good luck. It says, good, lock the clown up. Last one, and we'll move on. It says, not a military personnel or ex-military personnel are as legit as we like them to be. Some hate paying their taxes and don't altogether. Others belittle civilians for lack of education or training. Some feel they should be entitled to a person's house and food just because they served and may or may not have been discharged honorable or dishonorable. Others plot their own little wars with their buddies because they can no longer serve and can't let go. Resembles a lot like the domestic terrorism. And then there's this guy. There's a guy that comes to the restaurant. He wears a navy hat and shirt, and it shows like he served, I think it said 1969 to 1970 or something like that, like 1 year. And it's freaking 2023, and this dude is still walking around with the t-shirt and the hat. And I bet he gets a lot of benefits related to it. And it's like, I don't want to belittle the guy's service or whatever, but it's like, bro, like, God, man, people milk that shit so fucking much. Whatever, let me shut up, because I know I'm going to make everybody mad. My dad was in the military. My brother was in the military too, Air Force. Both of them, Air Force mechanics. So I got a flag in my closet right now, the one that they put on my dad's coffin when he, at his funeral. And they did do the 21 gun salute when he died. So we did have a military burial for him. So hey, don't at me, bro. Don't at me, bro. Am I losing y'all? I feel like I done lost y'all.
Aid has made its way into Gaza. 20 trucks of aid did manage to go through. Basically, they go into the sort of no man's land, they unload, the aid is loaded onto a Palestinian truck, which then goes inside Gaza. Before this war, approximately 455 trucks of aid would arrive in Gaza every single day. You've now had 2 weeks of no aid, followed by 1 day of 20 trucks. This is a drop in the ocean. The World Food Program saying that this aid can maybe meet the needs of some 30,000 people, and they need to meet the needs of 900,000 people. So the UN is very emphatic about this. They are hoping that this is just the very first sign of things to come, and that tomorrow or on Monday, UN trucks, because these trucks were Egyptian Red Crescent trucks, UN trucks from Monday will be able to start moving through that border in a sustained and continuous humanitarian corridor. For the first time in weeks, aid has made its way into Gaza. 20 trucks of aid did manage to go through. Basically, they go into the sort of no man's land, they unload, the aid is loaded onto a Palestinian truck, which then goes inside Gaza. Before this war, approximately 455 trucks of aid would arrive in Gaza.
So CNN posted this. It says Gaza's border with Egypt briefly opened at the Rafah crossing to allow 20 truckloads of humanitarian aid into the enclave. Thousands of civilians are in desperate need, and as Israel's siege of the territory continues. Yeah, so let's read some comments. It says, maybe the billionaire leaders that reside in Qatar should help. You know, maybe they can provide some of the tons of donations they stole from their own citizens. Oh, wait, they democratically elected these leaders to rule the Gaza Strip. Do you think they could imagine that they will steal all the donations for themselves in order to build houses of their dreams and create tunnels and weapons to kill the Israelis? So this person's comment is obviously saying, you know, we shouldn't give these people any kind of aid or even attempt to give them aid because the corrupt leaders are going to use it to kill Israelis. So just let all the innocent people that's in Palestine starve. Don't even try to give them anything. Another comment says, our babies didn't have any kind of aid. Also, our women, also our kids, no aid when they were burned alive. Also, the girls who were no aid, no mercy. Hamas equals ISIS. Well, I don't think that that's true. I saw the thing about Biden and all the money that he's sending to Israel. I think that you guys did receive aid and still are receiving aid, lots and lots of it. It's the Palestinians that was locked down, blockaded, and they can't receive any kind of aid. Like regardless of what side you are on it, you know, the truth is the truth, the reality is the reality. Don't act like, you know, Israelis are not receiving aid. That's not true. Another comment says 20 trucks for 2.2 million people. This is ridiculous. They go through this in one day in a normal circumstance. Employed to cover up more crimes, they're still bombing as we speak. Another one that says intelligent, good people support Israel. Another comment says 20 trucks aren't enough. There are over 2 million people in Gaza. Another comment that says, and Hamas will take it all. Another comment says, I used to respect CNN. It lost all credibility with me because they made a story about trucks crossing Gaza. That this is the straw that broke the camel back for you. This is the one story that made you lose credibility in CNN. What is it that this story gives bad credibility? Maybe you don't agree with aid going to Palestinians. Okay, I can understand that. But where does this story take away CNN's credibility? Help me understand. Another comment says millions of civilians, not thousands. Another comment says, well, only now I feel sorry for all Western people who only listen to CNN, BBC, etc. I've never seen such lies in my entire life like this before. Seriously, they're going too far with their made-up stories. You know very well that hundreds of trucks and aides were waiting for days at the Egyptian border, waiting to cross. People were sleeping there, waiting for Israel to allow these trucks to enter. Egyptian protests started shouting, get the trucks in, people are dying inside. The UN Secretary General came to the border asking American and Israel to let those trucks in. That eventually allowed only 20 trucks to enter, and they didn't allow them to arrive in the north. They let other trucks come to the south to take the aid, which is already humiliating. What kind of human beings are these people, and why the hell are you hiding facts and making up stories? This is not a war. Israel cut off electricity and water and is not allowing aid to enter. Doctors are performing surgeries with their phone torches. I've seen these videos from Palestinians who live there. Around 10,000 civilians have died so far in just 2 weeks. This is an effing genocide. This is not a war. Stop lying. I beg people to copy my comment and paste it everywhere to share awareness because people can't be fooled like this, really. Another comment that says, I just wonder exactly what did people expect Israel would do after the attack? I'm not talking about the issues between the Palestinians and Jews for thousands of years that can be blamed on many different people and different nations. I'm talking about the past 2 weeks. What do people think would have been an appropriate response to having 1,400 of your people killed and kidnapped? That they would just say, okay, Hamas knew for a fact that if they carried out this attack, that it would guarantee a disproportionate response from Israel that could cause thousands of deaths of Palestinians. And they still went ahead with the plan. What were their goals? And are there any what were their goals? And are there any closer to them now? Seems like Hamas does not give any shits at all about Palestine, having known that the attack would cause their people's complete destruction. Another comment, it says 20 trucks for 2.2 million people. Another one, it says they can give the hostages back and get a break from the IDF bombing Gaza, but priorities. They actually did. They gave two, we covered it in the show yesterday. They released two hostages. And without any, what do you call it, attachments to it. They, you know, Israel didn't give them anything in return for it. They just gave them two hostages. They did do that. Another comment says Israel's in the wrong. They need to stop. Another one, Gaza has run out of everything but weapons and rockets. Another comment says, why aren't the Israelis ending the blockade? Another one, just 20 trucks let in for who? There are over 2 million people inside in need of supplies, as if just for show to calm the anger of the world. And they're also restricting the movement of supplies. The supplies are not to go north, but to head south of Gaza Strip to Rafah, so that they have all the people in the north move to the south. There are over 200 trucks filled with supplies waiting. There has to be pressure to release the rest of the trucks. I ain't gonna lie, I'm so tired of covering this. It says this man explains why there is no success in working hard.
You call it money. Money is an idea. Money goes where it's invited and stays where it's welcome. The idea that you have to work hard for this stuff is not true. Some of the people that work the hardest are the ones that are in the least. Now think about it. I was reading where Taylor Swift, young gal, was the highest paid entertainer last year. She's doing what she absolutely loves. That's not hard work. I get very well paid. I'm doing what I absolutely love. The idea that you have to work hard is silly. When you love what you're doing, you'll never work again. See, I see work as something that you're doing that you don't enjoy and you don't want to do, and takes a lot of energy. That's paper. We call it money. Money is an idea. Money goes where it's invited and stays where it's welcome. The idea that you have to work hard for this stuff is not true. Some of the people that work the hardest are the ones that are in the least. Now think about it. I was reading where Taylor Swift, young gal, was the highest paid entertainer last year. She's doing what she absolutely loves. That's not hard work. I get very well paid. I'm doing what I absolutely love. The idea that you have to work hard is silly. When you love what you're doing, you'll never work again. See, I see work as something that you're doing that you don't enjoy and you don't want to do, and takes a lot of energy.
Yeah, so I love doing this, what I do here on this show. I wish I could make some money doing it. I'm not making any money doing it. Maybe at some point I'll be monetized. I'm looking to be monetized by early next year, hopefully. And the thing he said, working hard, he says like the people who work the hardest tend to be poor, you know. And then we're sold this idea that, the harder you work, the more you're gonna make or whatever. And it's like he's saying it's simply not true. And it's really crazy that we've been sold this crazy idea, that you're supposed to work all day, don't get no sleep, the hustle culture. All of that shit is for poor people, you know. Yeah, people with money, you know, like the restaurant I work in. These people come in. A lot of these people have money. Tables I had tonight, they smell really, really good. You can tell that they haven't done any work. They fresh out of the shower, and they're spending money. Like, I don't know what they do for a living. I don't know what they did earlier today or last week or whatever the hell. But what I'm saying is, like, we believe it. We believe that if you work harder, and that's what they tell you too. But that's not what they tell each other. Like, that's not how things work. And he's like, it's just a piece of paper. you know I don't want to be a clown, and like that's a thing that I overthink everything, so that's a problem that I have. But like, just kind of like entertaining people is not something that I really want to do. Like, clowns entertain people, and you can get paid really well being a clown. We have a lot of well-paid clowns out here, and you probably wouldn't see them as clowns, but that's what they are. And so, yeah, that's a thing. You know, I'd like to get paid for doing what I love, but being a clown is not what I want to do. He says, money is an idea. Let's read some comments. It says, if I wanted to keep myself rich and others poor, I'd tell them not to work hard as well. That's an interesting comment right there. I mean, but again, though, these people who have a lot of money, did they really work hard? And do they continue to really work hard? It's the guys out there doing construction. It's the guys that's out there doing like landscaping. Like, these guys work hard. The ones who do agriculture, flipping pineapples and stuff like that. These guys work really, really hard. Okay, but they still don't have much money. They struggling. So that's the point of this post. Is like, does hard work really equate to making a lot of money? And then people say work smarter, not harder. Like, that makes sense to me. Uh, so, but which is it then? Which is it? Another comment says, to each his own. It says, my name is Bob Proctor. Please give this legend his props. It says, his name is Bob Proctor. Please give this legend his props. Another comment says, can I get paid for sleeping? Asking for a friend. I want to get paid while I'm sleeping. I ain't gonna lie, but you can. Like, you invest in stuff and it makes you money, on its own. Like, residual income. You can create intellectual property, and that can continue to make money. Like me, I try to make these videos, and like I get views at night while I'm sleeping. At some point, hopefully, I get monetized, and that'll be me making money while I'm sleeping. So yes, it's a real thing that can happen. I'm actually aiming to get to that point. Really, I really, 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 really am. Another comment that says, you also can't take financial advice from somebody who grew up in an affordable era. What the hell does that mean? Although it was more about doing what you love, that doesn't always pay the bills this day and age. And that's true. I mean, you know, but if you can get to the point where you're doing what you love and it's enough to pay your bills, then I think that's a great life. You don't have to be rich, but you're doing what you love, so you're rich in other ways. The person that makes a lot of money, but he's doing what he hates what he does, that's kind of miserable right there. I'd rather be doing something that I enjoy doing and making enough to live decently than be making a shit ton of money doing what I hate, doing something that I despise, knowing that it's hurting people or whatever, like, or that it's completely pointless. Like, I think that's the worst thing to have to do, is to do something that you feel is completely freaking pointless and meaningless, no matter how much you're getting paid. That's like a punishment, right? Like, you go to jail back in the days, and they make you just bust rocks all day, making big rocks into smaller rocks for no reason at all. completely pointless. And that's the punishment. You know, you expending all of this effort and time to do something that is completely pointless. Like that make you want to commit suicide right there. That's a really, 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 really messes with you mentally. Another comment says, "What a bullshit! I loved guitar, but it was miserable way for me to make a living. What you love will not necessarily become your path for financial success." That's true, but you can. Some people play guitar and make plenty of money. You know, it's not for everybody. Um, and you got to find a way to market yourself. You got to do it in a way. But see, there is a part of that where it's like, okay, if you're doing what you love and then you make it into a business, do you still really love it the same now that you have make it into a business? Because a friend of mine made a something that really stuck in my mind. He made a point where he said, like, you're a super awesome carpenter and you can make beautiful things, but then you get paid for making tables and chairs because it's lucrative to make tables and chairs, and that beautiful stuff that you make, that you're creating, doesn't make you any money, you know? So then it's like, that sucks because you can't really make money off of making your art. You have to use your skills to make tables and chairs because tables and chairs are useful. People always need them, and that's how you end up making your money. And it's like, wow, that's something to really think about right there. It's this commodity as an environment that we live in, and I think it happens with a lot of artists. They have the ability to make beautiful art, but that stuff doesn't make money. So they have to make practical things that people can use daily, that is simple, and that's how they make their money. Catch 22, I guess. Another comment that says, "What people love doesn't always make them money." That's true, but sometimes it does. Another comment says, "Waste of 60 seconds." There's a lot of hate in these comments. Another comment that says, "You never work again in heaven." What the hell does that mean? Another comment that says, "After a while, doing what you love becomes a job." See, that's actually something to think about right there. Because if you have to do it now, you love it, but then you want to take a break or you wanted to not do it, but you have to continue to do it because that's how you make your money. Like, so that's like, what about, and I'm a musician, or I used to be, and like sometimes you make a song, you really love it or whatever, and it gets to a point where you don't like the song anymore, like you hate it. You wish you had never made it. But then it becomes like that's the song that everyone likes, and they want you to sing that song or play that song, and then it's like it might be kind of painful to have to sing or play a song that you don't really like at all. Like, like that's crazy, right? Like, even though it was your creation or whatever, but you get to a point where you hate it now. Like it really just bothers you. But now you have to play it because it's the one that people like. Another comment that says, "We've all heard this before. This guy is not the first to say this. The reality is most of us don't have that option." True. Another comment that says, "Bob Proctor, who made his fortune in selling fraud Ponzi scheme and also under the SEC scanner." And it seems like, a lot of the people that are really rich, like they were either born into the money or they did some really, really shady stuff to get the money. Us out here who's living in integrity and in character and caring about others, we tend to not be very rich. It's just the it's just the nature of the world, I guess. Really sad, you know. And people that do things that matter tend to not be rich. It's the person who does things that's like jackass, making fart videos and stuff, like prank videos and stuff. Like those people get paid. Or people who play sports and it's like, oh, they're really into the game, but after the game is over, the game is over. Like, I mean, I guess it was important, I guess it's important to some people, but what impact does it really have on the world? What does it really matter? Another comment says, I understand, but this isn't totally accurate. I speak for myself when I say this. I'm a hairstylist and I absolutely love what I do. I've been doing it for 19 years. I love it, but it's work at times, hard work. My body aches. I don't eat sometimes, but guess what? I make that money. So to say you don't work if you love what you do is a stretch. I'm massaging my ankles as we speak. Good comment. Another one that says, I get what he's saying, but even doing what you love become hard work when money involved. The other one says, he said a whole bunch of nothing. We already know that. Another one says, they've been swindling us for years. Now why the F would they tell us the formula? Another comment, I completely agree. I love talking and helping people. Didn't go to school to be a therapist, but I think at the age of 49 on 50, I've gained a lot of wisdom. I'm trying to translate that into a career path to make a lot of money as well, but I love helping people and being there for people. So it's like, that's the thing too. Like, do you want to help people or do you want to make money? Because, like, it'd be perfect world, you're helping people and making money. But in a lot of times, you kind of got to choose either helping people or making money. It's kind of like the argument we had on the show where it's like you either have time or you have money. You know, most of us don't have both. Like we have to make a choice to have time with our family, time to do what we want, pursue our dreams or whatever, travel, whatever makes us happy, or make money, you know, because it takes time to do that. So it's like most of us have to choose either time or money. We did a whole show on that. Oh, check this out. Black hole, event horizon, singularity, event horizon, nothing in, white hole. It says black holes at the heart of black holes. Excuse me. Black holes. At the heart of a black hole is what's known as a singularity. This is a point in space where density becomes infinite and our current understanding of physics breaks down. Surrounding the singularity is the event horizon, an invisible boundary beyond which nothing can escape, not even light. Thus, any object that crosses this threshold is believed to be irretrievably consumed by the black hole. The concept of the black hole emerged from Einstein's general relativity equations, and their existence have been confirmed through various astronomical observations. White holes, theoretical and highly speculative. White holes are the conceptual opposite of black holes. While nothing can escape a black hole, once past its event horizon, nothing can enter a white hole. They are believed to spew out matter and energy. Some have posited that a black hole and a white hole could be connected via a wormhole, a shortcut through space-time. However, no observational evidence have been found for white holes, and their existence remains speculative. Really, really interesting stuff to me right here. I wonder, you know, if you have this thing, and that's the thing about the black hole, because it's like, where does all of that matter go? You know, we know energy can't be created or destroyed. So once that stuff is lost into the black hole, where does it go? That is the question. So theoretically it would make sense for it to have an output like a white hole, you know. But then where is it? Is it in another dimension? You know, is it in another like state of matter? You know, like maybe it's the substance that we can't, like dark matter, like we can't really see it or touch it or even use any kind of instruments to measure it. And it's like, it's funny because we have evidence of, like, you got the math works out for the black holes, and we also have evidence of black holes. Like we can see how matter, um, the math shows that this matter doesn't behave normally, and then we see these edges of the black holes. Like you can't really just look at a black hole, but you can see the evidence of it, right? So, but we don't have that with the white hole, right? You know, if it exists, it seems like someone should be able to discover it, or have the math work out to the point where you have some kind of evidence that shows where it is. This whole thing goes into the creation of the universe and all of that. It's like, because we have a problem with our quantum mechanics and our physics, where like the two of them don't, like they have a thing where they call, like, it's the theory of everything, where you try to put quantum mechanics and physics together, and it's like the math doesn't work out, and it's like particles behave differently, you know, at different sizes or whatever, and under different pressures or whatever. So um, the thing is, we just don't understand it. You know what I mean? We haven't got to the point where we have a math that can explain this stuff. You know, maybe we never will. But it just shows that we don't have a full view of the universe. We don't have a full understanding of the universe. The thing about the Big Bang, and it's like the question is, what happened before the Big Bang? And that's a question mark. And your theory is as good as mine, or as good as the quantum physicist, because we don't have an answer to that. You know, and again, like, the math doesn't work out when you have infinite matter in a very small space. We don't have any math for that. Our math only works after the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang or during the singularity, our math breaks down and doesn't work. Let's read some more. It says, singularities, as mentioned, a singularity is the core of a black hole. It is where matter is believed to be crushed to infinite density, and space-time curvatures become extreme. General relativity predicts the existence of singularities, but such extreme conditions likely require a fusion of quantum mechanics and relativity for a complete understanding, which remains one of the biggest challenges of theoretical physics. Yeah, so like I said, we don't have that right now. We don't have math for that, So it's like you got the old one where they call it constant state, and then you have the one where they call, like, the pulsing deal, where it's like big bangs happening over and over again. So it's like it expands and then it contracts, and then it expands and then it contracts. So that's the idea of the pulsing thing. So um, we don't know, we don't know. And then when we talk about the universe, like, mostly now, as we've gotten better math, people will say multiverse now, because that makes more sense than the universe. And then it's like, once you think about this and you think about the space, the amount of space, like, what I mean is distance, and you can't see the edges of it. So then it's like infinite space. That's a thought that's hard to get your brain around too, and that's where you come into the idea of multiple universes. Because if you keep going into one direction, light years and light years and light years into one direction, are you still in the same universe at some point? You know, and the universe is expanding faster and faster. um, that's another thing. So then they have this idea that they call the big rip, saying that will be the end of the universe. The particles just gonna freaking split apart into nothing. Everything is just gonna just split into nothing. If it keeps the math says, if things keep on expanding the way that they are, then that's what it will be. But again, we don't know, because that's kind of like past the singularity again. So maybe it'll contract. At some point, it'll just contract, and all of the mass will come back into one little tiny pin space. Anyways, there goes my nerdy self. Let's read some comments. It says, Are they just making shit up at this point? Excuse me, that's really funny to me because there's actually some truth to that. Well, like I say, the math shows the black holes, but it would make sense that it would be an opposite of a black hole, though. We just don't have anything to support that. Another comment says, well, what happens to atoms at black holes? Let's read some replies on that one. But what happens is they get contracted into a really small space. But we don't know what the math does, because the thing about atoms, most of the atom is space. Most of it is space. You got the nucleus, you got the protons, and you got the neutrons. You got the electrons are around it moving, and it's not dense. It's a hard thing to understand, really, because you look at an object and it's a dense solid object, but it's made up of atoms, and each of the atoms are mostly space. So that dense object is actually mostly space. Let's read some replies to that question. It said, but what happens to atoms at black holes? Replies, it says, I think they become perfectly still. Another one says, nope. It says, you're the one who asked the question. Wrong too. I got back on meds because they must be crushed into the singularity. That's basically what I said. The other one says, encoded into the event horizon, then slowly released in the form of Hawking radiation. Yeah, so then that could be a thing. Another one says, go to bed, kid, adults are talking. Another comment says, what if white holes are actually suns? That's no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Nope, that doesn't work at all. We know a lot about suns. And it's like hydrogen burning, yeah, we know a lot about suns. So we don't know anything about white holes, so that doesn't work. Another comment says, why don't we see any white holes anywhere? That's a very good question. That's what I'm saying. We should see them if they're a thing, because we can see the black holes. Another comment says, stomach when Taco Bell. Another comment says, it's like every ending has a beginning. Yeah, that's why it makes so much sense to us, because in a lot of times when people say it's the end, but the end is the beginning, if that makes any sense. And in nature, that's how it works. As far as we look around and we use nature as our evidence to come to these conclusions, everything is a cycle, and the end is always the beginning of a new cycle. So there are no ends, actually. Another one that says the event horizon is misplaced. Really? Another comment that said, wait, let me read the replies on that. It says, isn't it on the disk near the center? It says, well, I've always understood it as being the boundary between the last point in space where you wouldn't yet be sucked into the black hole and the next adjacent point where you would. In other words, the outer limit of the disk. Hawking proposed that there would be radiation coming out from that boundary, which was indeed demonstrated to be the case, with the radiation being named after Hawking himself. So he's saying the event horizon would be at the outer limit of the disk. So it says it would be between the last point in space where you wouldn't be sucked into the black hole. So where you could escape the black hole once you're into the point where you can no longer escape. It's really interesting too, because the particles get ripped apart, like they get stretched once they get past that point. So I think he's right. I think he's right about this. But I mean, they're pointing to that point right there. It doesn't really matter because you could say all of that space from the edge of the like cone all the way in would be the event horizon. All the way to the you get to the singularity. We reply, black holes are actually oblate spheres, not flat. They just use a flat image because it's easier to describe how it works, right? A lot of stuff is like that. I should pull up a video while I'm thinking about it because the image that we get about the universe, like, well, I mean, our solar system and how it works with like the sun in the middle and the planets going around it, and it's like a 2D flat type of deal. And that's really a bad representation of what it is because the sun is moving. The sun is moving, and you know the planets are going around, the sun. So it's kind of like if you think of like a comet. You think of like a comet, and it has its tail, and it has this debris kind of falling off of it, and then it's moving and twirling, doing what it's doing, even on its own orbit. Sun has an orbit too, and so that would be a better representation of what our solar system looks like if you imagine that the comet is the sun and the debris that's coming off of the comet is the planets, and they're just kind of staying within the orbit of the comet while it's moving. That is a better representation of what the solar system actually looked like. It says, so the event horizon is the point from which nothing can go back. What point would that accurately be placed? That's what I was saying. I think anywhere between the edge of the cone all the way into inner. So we could say they're both right actually on this. Another comment that says, if there's a way in for objects to enter in black hole, then there should definitely a way out. I mean, that's the way we're thinking. That's logical, but we don't understand this stuff because maybe the stuff doesn't even exist anymore. There's no way out because it doesn't exist anymore, really. But then like I said earlier, energy can't be created or destroyed. So then that fucks with your brain right there. So, but if it doesn't exist anymore, maybe it just doesn't exist anymore in our present plane. And it's like, we know that there's multiple dimensions, like things are happening in the same space and time, but it's not present in each dimension. Like we only exist within one of the dimensions. Like it's kind of related to our perspective, we can only see things from our perspective, but the best way to really try to understand that stuff is related to size, because you know that you have like microorganisms that are on your skin and stuff like that, but you can't see them. They might as well be in another dimension. And then you think, so that's going smaller. But then if you think larger, things that are even bigger, then from our perspective, they don't really exist either. So like that's how it works. Which they do exist, it's just not in the same dimension. Another comment says, where's Sheldon Cooper when you need him? Conspiracy in between the car seat is the name of the black hole. Another comment says, I don't understand why space gets warped from two extremities instead of all angles. Well, that's again related to how we show it, I think, that causes that kind of confusion. Because we look at space time and that representation that Einstein came up with was like, you think of like a trampoline, and you think of like a ball on top of a trampoline, and like a heavy ball, like a bowling ball, and it pushes down on the trampoline. So that is what we get with warped space time related to mass. So if something has the more mass it has, the more it warps the space time, which, it's not flat at all, but that's just a dimension of helping you understand the idea of how it gets bent as a result of the mass, and everything around it is like, so like on the trampoline you have the big bowling ball and it's pushing down on the trampoline, and the trampoline bends in. So if you have other little balls on the trampoline and they're going around and they're getting pulled in to the center by that bowling ball, because the bowling ball is pulling the trampoline down, and everything comes around and is getting pulled closer and closer to even light. It says, "Is black hole?" It says, "Is black hole is a hole in the universe, or is just for describing it?" Yeah, it's not a hole in the universe. That's just a way of describing it. And then what they say is there's a black hole in the middle of every solar system. So it's like the way we look at our solar system is like, wait, I'm saying this wrong. In the middle of every galaxy, there's a black hole. So, but then the way we look at things is like, okay, like you got the solar system, and the sun is like the center of the solar system because everything is rotating around that. And then you got the galaxy, which is a cluster of solar systems. Uh, and then you have a black hole that's kind of in the middle of that. So everything is, because the black hole has like infinite mass. So it's acting as, like I said, like that bowling ball and pulling all of the solar systems to it, you know. Anyways, I'm probably boring y'all to death with this. Where's Doc? Where you at, Doc? Oh, we're back to this again. Let's just read this. It says 6,000 bombs, 3,785 killed, 30% of housing damage, 59 healthcare facilities hit, 178 education facilities hit, 1 million forcibly displaced. So, like the argument people were saying about them not hitting that particular hospital, like Israel is saying they didn't strike that hospital, it was a Hamas rocket that hit it. Okay, let's say that's true. So, but it's not uncommon for them to strike hospitals and churches and stuff like that. So, we could say they didn't hit that particular hospital, but they absolutely hit others. So it's like missing the point to kind of have that argument that, oh, it was Hamas who blew up that particular hospital. Okay, well, what about all of the rest of the other hospitals and schools and churches that were hit, mosques that were hit? Then they use the argument, oh, well, Hamas likes to hide weapons and stuff in these places. Okay, well, then you can just blow up residential buildings, hospitals, schools, whatever, and you can use that as a justification forever. Let's read this. It says, Hamas, which is primarily responsible for the current situation of the Arabs in Gaza Strip, on October 7, 2023, armed terrorists entered to murder and torture in an indiscriminately cruel manner, and even a thought or imagination invaded the kibbutzim in southern Israel near the border with Gaza to kidnap adults, young children, and infants in the name of liberating Palestine and in the name of freedom for the people of Palestine, while using all the means at their disposal and massacre innocents, those who are not willing to face the facts and are not willing to look at the reality that Hamas has created in Gaza and still call for the liberation of Palestine are themselves terrorists. 2 weeks ago, brutal terrorism was carried out under auspices of Hamas, ISIS, or they are Nazis. It is a reality. I'd agree with that particular part of this comment. But it's funny though, how you could solely just blame Hamas. Okay, yeah, like the question people are saying, like, what did you think they were going to do to respond? It's like, and that's a fair question. But when you say like it's solely Hamas's fault, like I don't know how you can really say that because Israel didn't have to necessarily respond. I see it naturally that someone will respond to something like that, but then you say that it's solely Hamas. Well, I mean that's not necessarily true. I mean Hamas is not the one that's striking, dropping bombs all over Palestine. Like another comment that says, "Who is writing that Hamas started it? Did not search nothing about the history of Gaza. Israel is the real responsible for the current and the past conflicts in Palestine since 40s." Another comment, I feel bad for the children and women, but no one cares about what African and African descendants have been going through for decades. I may sound heartless, which I'm not, but where is the outrage when blacks, Africans are being treated horribly in the world? And like what I say about this is that like there's horrible shit going on all over the effing world. Like it's humanitarian crisis happening all over the place. Why do the United States, why do our citizens or the West or whatever, why do we care so much about this particular one? You know, that's a question. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle the situation that's going on there. I'm just saying, it's a lot of horrible shit happening in the world. Why is this the one that we're supposed to care about? Who makes that decision? Who decides on what we're supposed to care about and what we don't? Is it just because of what gets covered by the media? Let me move on. I'm getting more stuffy. I was more clear earlier. Now I'm freaking stuffy. Let's read this. It says, one of the great tricks capitalism has pulled is convincing us China stole our job. China didn't steal your job. America is in charge of corporations. Wait. One of the great tricks capitalism has pulled is convincing us China stole your job. China didn't steal your job. Americans in charge of corporations decided they'd rather pay someone overseas pennies to do your job and then take 100% of the extra profits. So, like, that's real simple math right there. Like, yeah, when they outsource those jobs, you can't blame the other country for that. You have to blame that company for they made a decision. And they're like, oh, we got to look out for these companies, trickle down economics. They make more money than the rest of us make more money. No. What about all the people that worked at that job who no longer have a job? The trickle down economics didn't work for them. And the company could have made a decision to. That's why we don't make anything in the United States. Like, we hardly make anything. We can make stuff here and we can pay people fair wages and the companies can still make profits. But no, they want more profits. That's where the problem is. Infinite growth, profits over last year. That's what it's all about. They need more. Never enough. Another comment it says, I wonder what would happen in most developed countries if the export of jobs overseas suddenly became illegal. Who knows? Maybe we would come up with a different economic system due to the unionization that would occur. Just make it illegal. It is a policy decision. And, I ain't gonna lie, the neo-libs, the Democrats are the ones who pushed this the most way back. They started with NAFTA. Well, it was before NAFTA, but NAFTA was a big, huge move that led to this kind of thing where they was all like, well, it's staying within the North American Free Trade Agreement, so it'll benefit, the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and all of this. That was just the beginning, though. They kept going. Now, we have this global economy. So a company can choose to manufacture things wherever they want. They can sell to whatever markets they want to sell to. They got a global market to look at. So wherever the profits are the best, then that's the decisions that they make. So that's where they make the arguments about regulations. It's like, okay, well, if the United States didn't have all these regulations, then these companies would choose to manufacture stuff here because they go to other places that have lower rules related to regulations, and that's why they do what they do. So regulations related to how much you have to pay somebody, how much pollution you can make, just putting stuff in the ocean or whatever, particulates and air pollution and work environments for the people, stuff like that. So, but yeah, do you really want the United States to have like children working in the factories and just pouring toxic waste right into the rivers, uh, emitting toxic as air waste for us to breathe in? No, you don't want that shit. There's a reason why they have these regulations. So, I mean, I think that a lot of people just don't think those things clearly. They catch the headlines, they catch the talking points, and and they just run with it. They don't know what they're talking about. Another comment says, it also means that stuff you buy is cheaper and the world economy is more productive because of comparative advantage. Bullshit. Okay, it is true that stuff is cheaper. So that part is actually true, but comparative advantage, more productive because of comparative advantage, that's all the way bullshit. No, that's not true. And then this cheaper stuff is trash too. That's the other part of it. Like, how many times do people complain about the stuff that, like, most of the stuff we get is from China, right? All the little knickknacks and tic tacs that we use, a lot of it is from China, but it's a bunch of cheap trash, one use items, you know? The economy is more productive. Bullshit. More productive means more profits for each of these conglomerates. It's not more productive. It'd be more productive if you had actual competition and you had a bunch of small companies who did the same product or service and you had real competition. Another comment says, unionize overseas workers. None of us are free until all of us are free. That's a good thing to say. I mean, I don't know how the hell you're gonna pull that off. Like, that's impossible. The comment says, I think you really have to go a level deeper here and ask why labor is cheaper elsewhere. That definitely underscores why the fight for workers' rights has to be global. See, just like the last comment, that makes sense. It's just, I don't know how you're gonna pull that off. You don't have any power over other jurisdictions. Like, every different community can choose to, police themselves in their own way. You're talking about a global order, a new world order, where you'd have one government dictating to everybody around the world, and nobody wants that. That sounds like a dystopian freaking novel. Another comment that says, even though they knew the reason for the lower overseas wages was lax environmental protections, and every extra dollar they would earn meant more ecosystem destruction. See, that's what I was saying. That's the point of what I'm saying, and that's the part that people aren't seeing, I think, when they make these arguments. Another comment says, and American consumers decided to vote for candidates who supported those corporations instead of local manufacturers, not to mention supporting those corporations by buying their products. So tired of the whining without personal accountability at the polls. And there's truth to that, but the people were misled, they were lied to, and they didn't really understand, you know, and then the labels lie too. I mean, you should, if you want us to be America first, then you should be buying American made products, for everything. If it has like made in China on it, then you shouldn't be buying it. Support the manufacturers who manufacture here in the States. Even if you have to pay a little bit more. more stuffed up than I was when I started the show. It's like I done got stuffed up. Another comment that says, "Yay, Ronald Reagan, champion of the common man." Another one that says, "And now the cost of labor is going up in China." Good old capitalism. It says, "Please stop ignoring Palestine." Another one, "Stand up for Palestine." That's not what we're talking about right now. Another one that says, "Sending work abroad is clearly the ultimate way to elevate global economies. Who cares if someone's doing the same job for half the wage? It's all about charity, right? Have some guts and do the same effing job for same cost as someone from Asia does." At Perfect Union is racist for opposing development in other nations. Bro, like your comment is all the way like you are not, I know you're, I'm just going to disregard. Another one says, "Also robots, but it's not the robot's fault." You know, mechanizing stuff has been happening forever, and it's going to continue to happen. And it really should just make people have more time, you know, to have more of a work-life balance. It shouldn't be viewed as the apocalypse as far as no one will have a job. And then really in reality, that's just no way that that can be the case. I don't think there will ever be robots that can do all the work that humans do. Like, and then, certain jobs people aren't going to want a robot to do, like, certain kind of service jobs, you know, I cannot breathe through my nose now. I need a quick break. What do I have? Hold on, let's see. What do I have? Four minutes. Let's go to this. I try to blow my nose. Don't want to do that on air.
Peer-reviewed papers published in major prestigious scientific journals just over the last month or so.
Shit. My bad. I'm pushing way too many buttons. Forgive me. This one, it says, "Climate emergency no longer settled science." Alex Newman.
So, Alex, we've been told for a long time the climate change emergency is settled science. It looks like it's no longer settled. What happened?
Well, there's a series of 3 new peer-reviewed papers published in major prestigious scientific journals just over the last month or so. And taken together, they completely undermine the alleged scientific consensus on man-made global warming. One of them found that about 40% of the observed warming can be explained away using the urban heat island effect. So to try to summarize that, basically a lot of these thermometers were put out there in an open field in a rural area. A city was built up around it, and so it gets warmer, obviously, not because there's global warming, but because there's a city around the thermometer. The rest of the warming, they found, can be easily explained using changes in solar activity that NASA has been tracking meticulously for many decades. And so right now, these are in the peer-reviewed literature. And instead of responding to this, you've got the climate establishment going on Twitter and saying these guys are basically poo-poo heads and clowns and deniers. So at this point, you wonder, do they have a scientific response? Because if they did, they would probably write a peer-reviewed paper to refute the ones that just undermined their claims.
Well, how did they get them in? It's hard to get a peer-reviewed paper when it comes to these topics. What was the kind of hole in the wall that brought this about, so to speak?
You're right. It is very hard to get any peer-reviewed studies in the journals because there's almost like an iron wall blocking this. And we got some insight into this during the ClimateGate scandal in 2009, when a bunch of emails were hacked and leaked to the public, showing a bunch of so-called climate scientists, in fact, some of the leading so-called climate scientists, conspiring to hide their data from other researchers, conspiring to hide the decline in global temperatures, and conspiring to silence any scientists who wouldn't go along with the narrative, keep them out of the journals, keep them out of TV, media interviews, etc. And so what happened is these papers were just really solid. These three journals that published them, they're not known for being climate denier publications, but the science was very sound. They did one special issue in the journal Climate, for example. They had some guest editors, including Dr. Ned Nikolov, who I wrote about back in 2017. They looked at this. They said, wow, this is correct as best as we can tell. So the peers looked at it. They accepted it. And, this is a really prestigious team, Josh. We're talking about almost 40 scientists from around the world. The lead author, Dr. Willie Soon, one of the world's top astrophysicists, if not the top astrophysicist. He used to be at the Harvard Smithsonian. You've got Ronan Connolly. These are very, very well established, very prestigious, highly credentialed experts. And it's good to finally see some alternative viewpoints published in the peer-reviewed literature. I think the dam is finally cracking, Josh.
Yeah, well, what I've heard from a lot of people before was that nobody dares say it. Everybody understands it, nobody dares say it. What effect are we seeing now that some pretty credible people are stepping forward on this?
That's exactly right. And I reached out to a lot of scientists for my article in the Epoch Times about this. And over again, I kept saying, I'd love to comment, but I can't because my funding is going to be jeopardized. My grant's going to be jeopardized. If I get associated with saying that these papers are important, I'm going to be, labeled, and I won't be able to participate anymore in scientific debates. So there's still a very real sense that that's going on. But when you look at the scientists behind these papers, for example, Dr. Willie Soon, these are people who've now moved away from the major institutions. Dr. Willie Soon ended his time at Harvard Smithsonian last year, and they're now working independently. So they have an organization called CERES. That's the real issue, right? Any scientist who comes out and says, hey, the UN is not telling the truth, the federal government's not telling the truth, their grants are going to dry up. If they're not tenured, they're going to be at risk of losing their job. But when you take a bunch of scientists who are completely independent, who don't need federal grants, who don't need to participate with the UN, they have a lot more freedom. And I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah, so anyways, what I have to say on this topic is that, global warming is real. Climate change is real. There's data to back that up. The argument is it a cycle, like a natural cycle that is happening, that the earth is going through, that would have happened regardless, or is does humans have an impact on it? Now that's an argument. Is it human induced climate change, or is it a natural cycle that would have happened regardless of human activity? That is an argument. But is the global warming climate change thing happening? It is happening. And there is another part that's an argument related to them trying to get to net zero and all of this. Keeping us from rising from 1 degree Celsius, and those arguments, and how it's basically a money grab that's going on related to that. That there goes another argument that's a fair argument. But as far as it being climate change actually happening, it's actually happening. It's like, we came out of an ice age. If somebody said that the ice age didn't happen, then they would sound ridiculous. What happens after an ice age? You have warming, right? I mean, and you have other cycles that go back to getting really cold, and if people don't really understand science, they don't really get how, like, a global warming could lead to another ice age, emissions in the air, the sun not being able to penetrate these clouds that don't get the planet heating up, and then it freezes. So like a like a global warming could lead to an ice age, right? But again, are these natural cycles or are they actually, you know, human induced? That's an argument. But climate change, it's real. Global warming is real. There's no argument there. I feel a little bit better. I could breathe in my nose a little bit better. Let's go back to Twitter. Not Twitter. Let's go back to Instagram. So I saw a couple of things I'm gonna hit right quick. This one, it says, doing what you love is never a waste of time. Kind of goes with what we were saying earlier about the, making money. It's like if you're doing what you love, it's not really a job. Hold on, can we go to this post? What is this with this? It says choose wisely where to spend your energy. It's like focusing on your past is getting you tied up, and then you can't water your future. That's what this meme is kind of saying right here. It says today's progress feels like this. It says this year's progress actually looks like this. It's like a continuous journey of like struggle. And it's like, but you have to look at it through a long-term lens to see that you are actually improving over time. So, but if you just focus on today and then you feel like you're not making any progress. This one, it says, when it all gets too heavy, it's okay to put it down. So then it's like holding on to the past, future, and present and trying to juggle all of that at the same time. Or instead, put the past down and put the future down and then focus on the present. So this one, it says, hold on, my girl, brighter days are coming. Today is rainy, tomorrow is sunny. It's kind of childish, but still. It says, what is meant for you will find you. I like that. It says, what people see, what someone is actually going through. It's like what people see is just the tip of the iceberg. It says, sure, change is scary, but it's got nothing on being stuck in the same place your whole life. Like that is a thing right there. Are you more afraid of being exactly the same forever than the scariness of change? Me being stuck in mediocrity is way more scary than, who knows, the uncertainty related to change. This one says, sometimes you need to meet rock bottom to find out just how strong you are. That's kind of childish. This one says, you are stronger than your hardest days. Anyways, what is this one? Woman explains why most of the relationships are unhappy nowadays. Is this the same lady I played earlier today?
Doing more than ever today to have a healthy, happy relationship.
I would say it's the illusion of options that we've got today that we've never had before in the form of online dating, social media, and pornography. What that means is when we enter relationships, we're almost assessing if that partner is worthy of us. And there's almost an element of narcissism when we walk in. We're like, can I get better? Can I get the most I can get? Is this the most satisfying sexual relationship I've ever had? And if that person doesn't tick every single box off, instead of reflecting on what you need to heal and what you need to bring to the table and how you can help this relationship survive, we simply replace them with the illusion of options. Even if we don't have alternatives, we think we do. So we let go far quicker than we previously would have.
Really? Why do you think people are struggling more than ever today to have a healthy, happy relationship?
So she said illusion of options. That's really interesting. Illusion of options. You're scrolling online, you're scrolling on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and you're like looking at all of this stuff. And it's like, but it's an illusion of options. It's like those people you're never gonna meet. It might as well not even be real. You know, your options are the ones that you see in front of you in the real world. And it's like, I think I have that problem. I think that I'm always looking for something better. I mean, it's a gift and a curse, but yeah, it'll lead you to being alone when no matter what, you're not satisfied. You have to find ways to be satisfied with things, and you have to be real and truthful with yourself, about things, you know. But it's hard for us to do that because we live in this like illusion world, this TV world, well, the grass is greener on the other side, you know, and we don't appreciate the things that we have, the things that are in our lives, and then we look back and we wish we could have that what we lost, but we burned that bridge, and we can't go back, you know, and it's really sad, and then it's a cycle that continues over and over again, I think we should have a little more patience and try to, work with people. Let's read some comments. It says, what does porn have to do with it? I feel attacked. LOL. Another one that says, and for some women, it's the illusion of no options. A lot of women settle because they think they deserve less. Wow, that's a flip on this whole thing. The illusion of no options. Man, but shoot, that's what I be saying all the time though, too. Like, I mean, like it's everybody I run into, it seems like batshit crazy. Like it's like, and then I'm older now, and then they have the memes where it's like dating in your 40s, and it's like some person picking through the trash, disregarded stuff that someone else has thrown away, and you're picking through that trying to find something. I think there's some truth to that, but there's always options though, So that's the thing, you got the illusion of infinite options, and then you got the illusion of no options. Both of them are not true. Another comment says, because God isn't in the center. I think that's a fair comment. That's fair. It depends on how you look at that. How you what do you consider God? Are you focusing on improving yourself, and making yourself, you know, righteous, like, your character, your integrity, how you deal with people? Are you improving yourself? And I think if you're focusing on that, then that will be putting God in the center, and that's going to lead you down the road, hopefully, to having a good relationships with other people, because I think you have to have a good relationship with yourself to have a good relationship with others. And I think a lot of us hate ourselves. We hate ourselves, and we can never love someone else if you can't love yourself. Another comment says, absolutely agree with the illusions of options argument. Another comment says, Dad, what happened between you and Mom? Well, I was so busy trying to figure out if your mother was enough for me that I never thought to ask myself the bigger question. What question? If I was enough for her. Another comment says, technology, cell phones, social media, materialism combined with the lack of spiritualism and humanism. That's it. And I would add individualism to that list, because that's what it is. Like we're so selfish that it's like the other person is just an object to us. It's like they're just the extra in our story. It's like it's like we're the star of the movie, and everybody else is just our supporting actors or whatever. They're extras, and they can be interchanged and changed out. All we really care about is ourselves. And it's like, if this person isn't pleasing to me in every way, then You know, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna discard them and I'm gonna move on. You know, we're not thinking about balance and complementing each other, because that's really what it's about. It's like the socket, it's the plug in the socket. You know, like men and women are not the same. They are not, but they fit each other. That's what it is. You know, one fits into the other or whatever. You know, they complement each other. They work together. You know, they balance each other out. That is the point. You know, you can't treat men and women exactly the same because they're not the same. Let me read another comment. It says, "It's not an illusion. It's the very presence of more options and having had better experiences and knowledge that there are more opportunities. That's like asking, why can't people stick to a raw fruit and vegetable diet and roasted nuts and seeds like our tropical ancestors? Because there are more options and opportunities for higher calorie foods around us daily with more fat. And there are things like sucralose and additives that make food more addictive than were available before. Let's not pretend let's not pretend that relationships before social media, online dating, and corn were great. They weren't. Women literally were forced into marriage at 9 and 10 years old. Fathers, uncles, religious leaders could rape her daughters, nieces, sons without consequences. Women couldn't even own property and had to stay with whoever forced them into motherhood. Y'all want to romanticize the past that was in no way beautiful but was so awful that we had to make laws to legalize 50% of the regular things people did and co-signed, from the slavery to pedophilia. People do not have to stay where they are not wanted and are not happy and where they are not growing. Likewise, people have easier access to play games with more suitors. I think that's a fair comment right there overall. But the part where she was talking about the food, I kind of disagree with that. Um, the food is not better. There's more options, but they're not better options. You know, the natural food is the best food. You know, um, that's really simple. And the part where she said it has additives in it, you know, addictive stuff in it, now that makes sense. You know, it makes you make bad decisions. It's like people voting against their best interests or whatever. It's like choosing that addictive additive over the natural food, you know, because your body is like kind of craving it now. You've become addicted to the toxins and poisons. We're addicted to toxic relationships. It's like they're exciting and they're fun or whatever. Like the sex is great and shit. Another comment says, no, I would say it's the connection and cell phones. I was on a giant group video chat type of therapy session with other women over 50 at a time once a week. And on multiple occasions, wives complained that they did not feel connected to their husbands. We spend a lot of time on our phones and are doing other things instead of building connections with our partners. You know, and I think that people can be lonely within a relationship too. My older brother said that he said he was married and he said he was the loneliest man on earth. He said he was lonely inside of his marriage. And you know, from the outside looking in, we see these people in these relationships and we think that everything is all great or whatever, but a lot of these people are miserable too. You know, you got people in relationships that are miserable and they look, it looks great from the outside, but let me read another one. It says, my perspective is definitely different. I think many people are okay with being single if a relationship isn't fulfilling. It's okay to let a relationship go if there is something you genuinely aren't getting from that partner. And that in the past, people would settle, which breeds resentments and possible infidelity. Instead, having a realistic checklist of things you need from a partner will allow you to evaluate the relationship and chose whether or not you need to let it go for your own happiness or not. And I think that people are choosing to move on too quickly. Like they are looking for too much. They're looking for that knight in shining armor. They're looking for that perfect guy who's 6'2", who makes $1 million a year, and he is romantic and loving and has great sex and all of that. Like it's like all the boxes checked or whatever. It's like it's not realistic. It's not realistic. So we're looking for a ghost. We're looking for a unicorn. We're looking for something that doesn't really exist, and we're gonna be disappointed every time. We're not facing reality. And the part about infidelity, I think that people should be communicate honestly with each other. Straight up monogamous relationship is not what works for everyone. Everyone is different when it comes to these kinds of things. And I think that we should be more open to different kinds of lifestyles related to that. Polygamy, uh, uh, what is the other one? Multiple wives, multiple husbands, multiple partners or whatever. You could still have loving relationships within these types of dynamics. I really do believe that. That's another thing that I think is leading us down this road of disappointment, because everyone is looking for this cookie cutter, perfect, you know, husband and wife, 2.5 kids, a dog, a house, and a car, two-car garage, and all of this. Like that is the model for everyone. Like um, and that is just not works for everyone. That's not what it is for everyone. It's like we all desire that because we've been like brainwashed into thinking that that's what is the perfect thing or whatever. But I think if we were more open minded with that situation, and can think outside of the box with that, and just think that if we're happy, if our partner is happy, if everyone involved is happy with the situation, then it's good. If it works for you, it works for you. No one can tell you how your household should look or how you should run your household or whatever. What makes you actually happy? And the judgments from others, like, of course people are gonna always judge. That's all they do. You're never gonna be good enough for their judgments. Let's do this real quickly. It says Israel doubles number of Palestinian prisoners to 10,000 in 2 weeks. Israel has arrested 4,000 laborers from Gaza, more than 1,000 people in the occupied West Bank, Palestinian officials say. I saw some videos where they were going around and they were looking at people's social media, like they would go into a shop and they would tell a person, "Give me your phone." And you look at the phone, and if they find any like posts that are sympathetic to Palestinians or sympathetic to Hamas or whatever, then boom, they arrest them. That's what they're doing. Let's read this. Israel has arrested so many Palestinians in 2 weeks since the start of the bombardment of the besieged Gaza Strip that it has doubled the number of Palestinians in its custody. There were about 5,200 Palestinians in Israel prisons prior to October 7, when the Palestinian armed resistance group Hamas launched an attack on Israel, which responded almost immediately with a relentless bombing campaign. The number of prisoners has now risen to more than 10,000 people, Palestinian officials said on Thursday afternoon. Over the past 2 weeks, according to officials and rights groups, Israel has arrested some 4,000 laborers from Gaza who are working in Israel and is holding them in military bases. Separately, it has also arrested 1,070 other Palestinians in overnight army raids in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Couple comments. It says, if someone's still defending Israel, then I seriously recommend them to visit a psychiatrist. Another one says, hostages, call them what they are. Another one says, that's what happens when you conspire to conflict death and destruction against Israel. Another comment says, they are arresting a child in the picture. Another comment says, it looks like they're arresting a kid. Another one says, you mean Israel doubled the number of Palestinian hostages? Another one, what are they going to brand them and gas them next? Another one says, they truly want to bomb kids so they don't grow up and protect their country, and they kill or imprison young men and ladies to weaken the country. It's all disgusting politics to wipe out Palestine, and I cannot believe in 2023 we are allowing this to happen. Will history speak about this? Of course not. Just like how slavery isn't spoken about, this won't be either because they know that they know what they are doing and they plan it all. Al Jazeera posted this. A lot of hate for Al Jazeera going around right now. Let's do this one. It says 5-day office week is dead. Nicholas Boom. So New York Times opinion. Love working from home. It'll be here to stay, writes Nicholas Bloom, a professor of economics at Stanford. A telling data point, the number of tracking how many Americans swiped and tapped electronic cards to gain entry into their office. Nicholas writes, this month, occupancy rates were at 50% of February 2020 levels. That is shocking. Only half as many days are spent in the office compared with pre-pandemic times. The move to return to the office has all but entirely stalled out. After a spike at the beginning of the pandemic, Americans still spend about a third of their workdays at home, Nicholas adds. So it says the 5-day work week is dead. And it's a lot of legislation. There's some individual companies who taking it upon themselves to do these 4-day work weeks, and it's been working out for them. They've been having better productivity, and there's some schools that are doing it. I think this, we're definitely in a change, like humans, society, or whatever. We're in a crossroads. It's really, really clear, and that's why we have all this turbulence and all of this, like. But I think it's going to be beautiful on the other side, and it's like the idea of the 5-day work week, 2-day work weekend, 9 to 5, 40-hour work week. Um, Maybe get a couple weeks of vacation type of work-life balance situation is going to change, and it's going to change forever now, and they're realizing that, we've been lied to about a lot of stuff because they told these people that you can't work from home, you can't do it. So then the pandemic happened, and then they found out that they actually could. It's like, wait a minute, they've been lying to us this whole time. And then it's like also related to the productivity. So the companies thought that the productivity would go down, if you didn't have the people in the office. And then they got the data for that shit, and that's not true either. They found out that you could pay people the same amount for 5 days and have them come in to work only 4 days and get more productivity out of them. Data is out on that. So let's read this. It says, good, commuting is terrible for the environment. Working from home is the way to go. Turn all those office buildings into housing. We have too few of those. Another comment, it says, office. And what about the people who don't work in the office? Yeah, what about the rest of us? That is a thing, it's like, what did they call them? Essential workers. The essential workers, the ones that had to work through the pandemic, the ones that can't work from home, like they have to go to work. Like, yeah, what about these people? It's like we're creating, this is the bad side of this, because it's like a two-tiered society, which we already have this like class separated by class kind of society already, but then the separation is becoming more and more stark. I think the pandemic revealed that. And so, yeah, so what about the essential workers? What about the people who have to go to work? What can we do for them? Another comment, it says, and then there's the armies of non-office workers who do all the things that enable office workers to stay home. Another comment, it says, turn empty offices into affordable housing. Another one, it says, as a high school teacher, I'm really glad this doesn't apply to me. Online teaching was rough, and I love being back in person for more reasons than I can count. I agree that at home has convenience, but I am grateful for colleagues, better interactions with kids and staff alike, and getting out into the world. Working from home made my life feel small, and I like my bigger life. I also like the separation of work and home life. Maybe I am alone in this. I know folks who love working from home, but it really wasn't great for me. My work is more joyful in person, and I want all the joy I can get. And there's a lot to that too. I think that it's not for everything. Everything ain't for everyone. And certain jobs you do need to be in person. And I think teaching is one of those things. Like having that direct connection is going to be way more impactful than the Zoom uh, meetings. So, but you could still do it where you don't have the kids come to class every day. Maybe a couple days a week they come to class, and then like one day a week, or maybe 2 days a week they stay home and they do Zoom meetings. Have like a hybrid deal going on with that. I agree with her though, because I was taking classes online during COVID and I didn't get any credits. I couldn't do it. I couldn't focus. I was falling asleep. I got distracted easily. It was a disaster for me. Uh, and I'm a move around body. Like I like to move around, and I'm more productive when I move around. And the other point she made about separating work from home, like, and that's another thing that I have to do, because even during the pandemic, when we was doing the online Zoom classes and stuff, I found it better that if I left and went somewhere else to do my work, I was a lot more productive than if I just tried to do it at home. Like, I have a little office space, but that still wasn't good enough. Like, I literally needed to leave my home and go somewhere else, and then I will be way more productive. It's a mental thing. Another comment says Johnson & Johnson claims that being in the office promotes collaboration. Such BS. Just tell us the real reason. They need to justify their real estate for some financial purpose or another. Another one that says the truth is most people are more productive working from home, even with distractions. Being able to take care of things at home while working keeps you focused on work because you can concentrate better when some little things at home are done before you get off work. Worrying about what's happening at home is definitely a distraction at work. If you could just deal with the thing or just really know what's going on because you're there, I think that can help you focus on work because everything is good. You're not worried about what the hell. People that have kids, they're worried about their kids, they're worried about their home, they're worried about their house, whatever, their plants, their pets. You know, and it's all the way. That's in the back of your mind while you're trying to get your work done, and I think that's one of the things that affects productivity. Another comment that says, I hope so, but a lot of heartless egomaniac, maniacal, borderline supervillain billionaire CEOs beg to differ. See Elon Musk, Jamie Dimon, and Andy Jesse. I'm getting tired. It says, LOL, tell teachers, please someone tell my boss then. This is really for a certain type of worker. Not everyone will be able to do this, sadly. It says, guess a lot of companies missed this memo. Maybe people would go into the office if they had their own desk, their own chair, and their own filing cabinet. That person sounds like he got some personal situation. Another comment that says, this is shocking. Literally no one but Nicholas Bloom is shocked by that. Another one says, just means we need to repurpose American cities. Boom. Think about how much these buildings would mean to everyday people to function as homes and build stronger communities in the urban center. I think we need to restructure the way we build our cities, the way we do society, all of this. The cars is a problem. The commute is a problem. Going to these office buildings, having these suburbs is a problem. Like I say, we need to restructure society, the way we do things, like center everything about work-life balance, center everything about mental health and physical health. Walking around makes people healthier. So create cities that induce people to walk more, have better mass transit so people won't be stuck in fucking traffic every fucking day. You know, we can do these things. These things can be done. It's our attitudes is the problem. So if we could just change our attitudes and realize that we can do these things better, then it could happen, and it'll happen really quickly. But it's the attitudes that's hard to change. But the corporations don't want it. They benefit from this, so they're gonna keep feeding you this propaganda. Stop watching TV. Stop watching these ads because you're voting against your own interests because you're getting brainwashed and programmed behind these fucking TV shows and fucking ads that you're watching. We need to dramatically change the way we do things. Oh man. Let's cover this one. It says, white mob beat, stabbed, shot, and hung Anthony P. Crawford on October 21st, 1916, after the 56-year-old black farmer dared to argue with the white merchant over the price of cottonseed. Crawford was assaulted, arrested, and placed in jail after a disagreement with the white store owner over the price of cottonseed that Crawford brought to the market on October 21st, 1916. Crawford was a prominent black farmer who owned 427 acres of land in Abbeville County, adjacent to his brother's properties. Crawford was released on $15 bail, but was later abducted by a mob of at least 200 white men and then lynched at a nearby fairground. A South Carolina newspaper reported a headline the next day, Negro strung up and shot to pieces. 2 days later, the remainder of the Crawford family was advised to leave Abbeville for the sake of peace and the best interest of the country. The public lynching, although committed openly, did not lead to persecution or conviction for any members of the mob. Days after the lynching, Abbeville's white residents voted to expel the Crawford's family from the area and seize their property. When South Carolina's governor declared himself powerless to protect the family from violence, most of the surviving relatives fled to destinations as distant as New York and Illinois, fragmenting the once strong and close-knit family. It says Black History Unlocked's mission is to inform the world of history that most people didn't learn in school. To support BHU, please consider buying our digital PDF, Black History Facts you probably didn't learn in school, or donating. So that's the picture of the guy. So this guy was, apparently he was rich, right? Because he had 427 acres of land. So this was a rich black guy. And he tried to, he had a problem with the price. He was trying to sell his cottonseed. And so apparently they wasn't trying to buy it at a fair price or whatever. So then he had a problem with that. And so what did it say? He was arrested. Crawford was assaulted, arrested, and placed in jail after a disagreement. So he got arrested. So, maybe he said some things or whatever. There was a dispute. And so then they arrested him. So then he gets out of jail, and then a mob gets him and kills the guy. And then after that, they tell his family to leave town, and then they just take his land. Like, this kind of story happened a lot over and over again. And you wonder, about the legacy of his family. Like, His family would probably, all the descendants, this was in 1916. So this is a little over 100 years ago. His family would probably be rich still to this day, uh, because that farm, the money, and all of that shit would have been passed down. Let's read some comment. Joanne Reed posted this. It says, U.S. history fact use probably never heard about. In your periodic reminder that for most American history, it was perfectly legal for white Americans to kill black Americans at will and steal their land. Repost from Black History Unlocked and the caption from Black History Anthony Crawford in 1910, 6 years before his death at the hands of the lynch mob. On October 21st, 1916, successful African American entrepreneur and community leader Anthony P. Crawford was murdered by a lynch mob in Abbeville, South Carolina. A white mob beat, stabbed, shot, and hung Crawford, 56-year-old black farmer, in the Abbeville town square after he dared to argue with a white merchant over the price of cottonseed. Around 200 white men abducted Crawford and dragged down 3 flights of stairs amongst the cheering, bloodthirsty mob, where they proceeded to beat him with rocks, wagon boards, jump, and spit on him. The mob then dragged him through the black section of town with a rope around his neck as a warning. The mob then stole a lumber wagon from a black driver and used it to take Crawford to a fairground nearby. Crawford, likely dead by that point, was still hung from a tree, and whites riddled his body with bullets by the bloodthirsty white mob that resented his wealth. The patriarch of a large multi-generational family and the owner of 427 acres of land, Crawford was a successful farmer and a leader whose murder had long-reaching effects. The gruesome public murder, though committed openly, did not lead to persecution or conviction for any members of the mob. On October 23, 1916, the white citizens of Abbeville, including many members of the lynch mob, voted to expel the remainder of Crawford's family from South Carolina and seize their property. They also voted to close down all the black-owned businesses in Abbeville. The Crawfords requested they be given until November 15th, and it was granted. They did indeed leave, leaving behind their family's generational assets. What a horror story. Let's read some comments. It says, find the descendants of Anthony P. Crawford and give the land to them, just like the judgment was made to give the land back to the black family who owned beachfront property south of LA. Another one, Joy can't go a day without bringing up racism. She'll never talk about the tribes that sold their own peoples and left on a beach in cages. Like, that's not what we're talking about right now. Another comment that says, the real history that people like DeSantis don't want their children to know about. Another comment that says, I loathe the history that America tries to deny, but I'm grateful for those who bring it to light. Another comment that says, so basically they killed him and stole his land. Sounds familiar. The Native Americans had the same problem, and I'll bet these people consider themselves fine, upstanding Christians. The hypocrisy in this country never ends among a certain group of people. Another one, it says, he was a member of my church where my descendants still faithfully attend. To hear them all tell the missing details is heartbreaking and angering. Another one, it says, mob behavior, bullying, and terrorism in America. Another one, it says, R.P. Anthony Crawford and his great-granddaughter, the late Dr. Doria Johnson, who fought to amplify his story. Hashtag 427 acres stolen. We demand it back. Another one. Hi, I love the comment section. Those who come and say you all should forget about these things. They won't forget about the most minor infractions against them, but we're supposed to forget about the genocide in this country. There can be no forgiveness because there's no repentance. Another one. When people, especially our people, blame us for not owning, always think about stories such as this. Multiply this times millions. The other one, you reap what you sow, Joy only sows division. Another one that says, so their land was stole and South Carolina hasn't made that family whole. Reparations is not about giving, but paying back for labor, land abuse, kidnapping, separation from family, etc. Another one, you would think with almost 500 acres, he would just stay on it and avoid everything and everybody. Another comment that says, reason why black people who support Israel makes me nauseous, our histories are more connected with Palestinian people. Another one that says, that was their goal to steal the land, but who's lazy? Another one, dear Lord, all because of the color of his skin. Another one that says, I'm not surprised at all of the way they took the Crawford family land. It's probably hundreds of more families that were treated like this. My nose is stuffy. Oh, earlier I was talking about 9/11 because I played that clip where the conspiracy theories of 9/11 had popped back up. And it's because of this. It says the effort to link Hamas attack to 9/11 is really to give cover to pursue genocidal tendencies that the Israel political establishment has articulated long before October 7th. Tariq Bakoni, Palestinian Policy Network. Democracy Now! Posted this. It says, the President Joe Biden, during his recent visit to Israel, compared the deadly October 7th Hamas raid to the September 11, 2001 attacks on the United States. We have seen it described as Israel's 9/11, but for a nation the size of Israel, it was like 15 9/11s, Biden said. Palestinian writer and analyst Tariq Bakoni, an expert on Hamas, says such rhetoric ignores the lessons of 9/11 about proportionate responses to violence and upholding international law. Successive Israel governments have linked Palestinian resistance generally and Hamas specifically to 9/11 and to terrorism, and Israel has used that link in order to reinforce and entrench its occupation, says Bakoni, president of the board of Al-Shaqaba, the Palestinian Policy Network. The effort to link Hamas attack to 9/11 is really to give cover to pursue the genocidal tendencies that the Israeli political establishment has articulated long before October 7th. To watch our interview. Couple more comments. It says, there's no genocide. Please stop saying that. The population has increased by 40% since 2010. That's 700,000 people in 13 years. It's a lot of kids, but it's not genocide. Another comment says, Israel treats Palestinians like Nazis treated Jews. Another one that says, I'm disgusted with Joe Biden. Democrats have officially lost my vote. Another comment says, the only link I see between 9/11 and the Hamas attack is that the leadership of both the U.S. and the Netanyahu regime allowed their countries to be attacked rather than protect their own citizens to create the excuse to commit genocide on a population deemed worthy of elimination. Another one that says, there is a connection. They are both excuses to use our grief to exploit civilians' innocence for more money, land, power, war machine. Another one, last one I'm going to read. It says, wow, Biden is showing this his old ass here. This was the playbook of the Bush administration, the war on terror, using 9/11 as means to start a decades-long war in Iraq that has largely since been named a catastrophic failure, unsubstantiated waste of life, money, and resources, and a blatant grab at oil that is not ours. It is a strategic ploy for Biden to liken the attack on Israel as 9/11 because that was our rally cry and justification for the last war. To say it is 15 9/11s is to add fuel to that fire. He is trying to bolster the perceived savageness of Hamas people without once acknowledging that Hamas was born out of the darkness and savagery the Israel state imposed on Palestinians. He has not acknowledged the 100 years of oppression the Palestinians face at the hands of the Israel state, the countless international crimes committed, the human rights they refuse to allow. Why else did Hamas form? Are we to believe that evil dropped of the blue sky? In stark contrast, they rose from the pit of hell that Israel created. Holy cannoli. How am I going to sleep tonight if I can't breathe through my nose? I need to take some Benadryl or something. Check these pictures out. It shows, it says, a dog walker captured the incredible moment strong winds lifted the forest floor in Mugdock, Singapore? Mugdock, Scotland, sorry. The dog, look at the dog. A rare red weather warning is in place for parts of eastern Scotland as Storm Babette continues to batter the UK. I ain't never seen nothing like this. It's like, it makes sense though, but it's still really crazy to look at how like the ground just lifting up like that. It has to be like a swampy area. It says footage filmed by a dog walker shows the moment strong winds lift up the forest floor in Mugdock, Scotland. Storm Babette is continuing to batter the UK with another red danger to life warning in place for parts of eastern Scotland and force severe flood warnings across England and Wales. It has to be like a swampy area for that to be able to happen. It must be like maybe there's like a muddy layer that's there right underneath there. Some kind of different density in the dirt. It's crazy to look at though. I'm sure the trees are fine. So yeah, look, it's a rocky area underneath it. That's what it is. That's what it looks like. So then that shows it. So it's a mulchy area on top. And the roots probably don't really go down. They kind of just spread out. That's what allows it to be able to come up like that because the soil isn't deep. It's probably only a few inches deep, less than a foot. And you can see the roots are kind of on the top. So like the tree roots are like just spread out and they don't go deep because it's like a rock. What it looks like to me like a rocky area underneath. So all of the nutrients that the trees are getting from is from like a mulch type of on top, probably just like organic material that is falling from trees and bushes and stuff, but hasn't really penetrated into the ground to create like a actual like root system. Interesting stuff there. Some comments, it says, and what would have happened if the dog got caught underneath? Irresponsible dog owner. Of course somebody was gonna make some kind of comment like that. He would have went and got his dog up out of there. And then when dogs aren't that damn dumb. Like the dog is smart enough to not freaking. The dog don't look scared at all. Like he's not gonna get caught underneath it. Another comment says, I know it's a red weather warning. Let's go walk the dog in the woods. Common sense, anyone. Well, if he hadn't done it, we wouldn't have got these awesome ass pictures. But I agree with that comment though. It's like, okay, it's pretty dangerous right now. Let's go for a walk. Come on, Fido. Well, you have to walk the dog, so what you want him to do? Keep him in the house and so he can pee and poop everywhere? Let's see. It says, yeah, just let your dog potentially get caught under there and hurt or worse. People saying that. Another one that says, trees, our roots run deep. When? The fuck they do? Yeah, obviously they don't. Another one that says, the forest is alive, knows all, feels all. That's the feeling I get too looking at this picture. It's like, and then they're all together too. They're all connected. They're connected and they're alive. Like they're moving, like saying hi, saying what's up. Another comment that says, and just like that, I fired my dog walker. Another comment that says, danger to life, so let's take our family pet. Another one says, OMG, like a scene from Harry Potter. Another one says, fourth floor is a carpet. It says, strong wind that couldn't sweep bold walker off his or her feet. Nah, that's an evil force. Another comment that says, bold of the dog walker not to take to his heels. Very bold. It says, it's only a few people will understand the power of Allah in this scenario. The other one that says, excuse me, why is person out in the kind of dangerous? Is it a joke or what? Another one says, why is that person still there 3 seconds in? I wouldn't have been scared. I mean, it doesn't look too scary to me. Anyways, we got really cool pictures out of it. Check this story out. This is crazy right here. History photograph posted this. It says Edward Mordrake, variously Mordrake, is the apocryphal subject of an urban legend who was, according to the legend, born in the 19th century, heir to an English peerage, and had an extra face on the back of his head. The duplicate face could not see, eat, or speak out loud, but was said to sneer while Murdoch was happy and smile when Murdoch was weeping. Murdoch repeatedly begged for doctors to have his demon face removed, claiming that it whispered things that one would only speak about in hell at night, but no doctor would attempt it. According to the legend, Murdoch committed suicide at the age of 23. What a horror story. So he was born kind of, with this congenital deformity here. I wonder, it was probably like a twin. It was his twin that didn't fully develop. And I saw a horror movie that was like this, and it was like the chick had another. It was a twin attached at the head, just like this, and the twin would take over because they had a connected by the brain, and sometimes the twin would take over, and the other twin wasn't even aware of what they were doing at that time. They were like in a trance or whatever, like sleep, and the other twin would take over the body because it didn't have like a full body. It had like a little bitty body, like a small body, but they were connected by the brain, and then the other twin would take over and do horrible stuff, and then the other one would wake up and wouldn't even know that it did that stuff. That movie was twisted. So this is probably what it was with this. This was probably his twin, and they were probably connected. They had the same brain. And then that's the reason why no doctor would do the surgery, because if they did, it would probably kill them. And it was just like that in the movie. They wanted to try to remove them, but they really couldn't because it would have killed them. So they just did like a cosmetic, like a surgery to kind of hide the other one. That's crazy. Edward Murdoch, apocryphal subject of an urban legend who was, according to the legend, born in the 19th century, heir to the English peerage, and had an extra face on the back of his head. The duplicate face could not see, eat, or speak out loud, but was said to sneer while Murdoch was happy and smile while Murdoch was weeping. Murdoch repeatedly begged doctors to have his demon face removed, claiming that it whispered things that only speak about in hell at night, but no doctor would attempt it. According to the legend, Murdoch committed suicide at the age of 23. So he couldn't deal with it no more. He didn't make it past 23. He was like, man, what if it was the other voice, like telling me, like egging him on to take himself out? What a terrible story. Really, really
Terrible story. Another comment that says, "So is this real or not?" That's what I'm kind of asking too. Like, is it? You know, look, somebody says definitely not. Another one that says urban legend. It says likely had mental instability due to the deformity, but yes. Another one that says it is real. So there's a there's a there's a there's an article link here. I don't think I want to go to it, but that was the person who said it wasn't real. So maybe that was an article that was debunking it. Comment, it says that's a paper mache artist interpretation from 2018, not an actual head. Okay. Another one, it says not real. It says in caption urban legend. Oh, so it wasn't real. Either way, it's still a crazy story. It says, so if it's an urban legend, why doesn't the post specifically mention the actual artifact? Where is the artifact housed? What museum or exhibit? Is this an artist's interpretation of the myth? It says, so if it's not real, don't post it on a page proclaiming to be about history. It says, it is apocryphal. It says, next they'll be saying Bigfoot is fake. Another one, it says, literally, apocryphal literally means most likely false, but believed by many. Let's read some comments. It says, how has this not been made into a horror film or at least a Netflix abomination? Another one, it says, I saw this guy on Harry Potter. It says, looks older than 23 to be honest. Another one, it says, it probably is true. There was a boy in the 1700s that was born with the head upside down on his head. It fully functioned but did not. It seriously look it up. He dies with a snake in him. Terrible for both the child and the head. Another comment says, was it a twin absorbed or something? Debatable. A lot of this is super fake. It says, so which history page can I follow that has legit photographs of history? Ooh, shade. Another comment says, I'm pretty sure his conjoined twin was angry because he was behind him every time he farts. Another comment says, I wouldn't be able to wait until 23 to kill myself after the first night of evil whispers. Okay, so it wasn't real. Anyways, the idea of this gives me, I could probably write a whole freaking plot line story using this. Not real or not, it's interesting as hell. We're going to do two more and get out of here. It says, let's look at this one. It says, so the NFL is allowing players to take a knee for Israel, but Colin Kaepernick took a knee to protest unrelenting police violence against black communities and was punished and boycotted. Only in America. With the NFL's decision to not only support but encourage players to take a knee in support of Israel bombing innocent people into the Stone Age, every single black player should walk off the field, but they won't. Kaepernick doing what he did by taking a knee defending black life against murderous cops is dismissed, and he is exiled from the NFL. Yeah, I don't know how true this is. I was hoping to cover this earlier so I could look it up, but I don't feel like it now. It's 4 a.m. But if this is true, that's very hypocritical. I mean, they were saying that kneeling during the national anthem was disrespectful, and they were saying that that's the reason why they were upset. So regardless of it wasn't about what he was kneeling about. It was the fact that he was kneeling at all, meaning that was disrespectful. So then, if they're supporting people kneeling for Israel in this, then it wasn't about the kneeling. It was about what he was supporting. Because they're okay with them supporting Israel. You know, I don't know if this is true though. Shifting Your Paradigm posted this. And this is the only place I've seen this. That's why I was planning on looking it up during the show, but I'm tired. So yeah, I mean, even if it's like supporting Israel, if it's kneeling, then that's disrespecting the national anthem, right? A couple comments. It says, I stopped watching when they banned him. Haven't seen the National Plantation League game since. Another one, it says, and black people still supporting NFL. Another one, it says, this is why we need to stay in our lane. Response to matters that concern us only. Clearly, no one stands for us, nor takes a knee either, apparently. Another one, because all pro sports is an arm of the military. Another one, professional sports are the last passage of slavery. The other one, it says, this tells you how they feel about us. The other one, and black people are back watching football. Another one, this is that bullshit. Another one, let's be clear. 2 players supported Cap during preseason and only 11 supported him by week 1. The NFL is 57% black. My point being, in the words of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, how long are we going to sit around begging white folks to do for us what we have the power to do for ourselves? Couple more. Still black kids missing all over America. Chicago still killing each other over military style school system is a joke. My people been at war. I'm not gonna be able to sleep. My nose is completely stopped up. Yeah, I think I'm done, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Did I miss any comments? No. No. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I'm probably going to do a bonus show. I'm going to change the schedule. I'm thinking about changing it to Saturday and Sunday nights. Me and Doc was talking about it after the show last night. Maybe I'll do a show on Tuesday nights. I might start doing a show on Tuesday night. Anyways, we'll see. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We're out.